What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Lore Cave late at night. Was it like 8 o'clock here? 8:30? How's it going? Just in time? Yeah, just in time for the best part. Oh yeah, I should probably start my music, huh? There we go. How's it going? Sorry, this music's like really loud. There we go, we'll cut that down a little bit. I kinda like these late night streams. How's it going, Camping for Souls? Nice to see you again, buddy. I know, welcome. It's a celebration here today. So today, I haven't watched in a while. Well, that's alright, we're glad to have you back. I honestly kind of prefer these late night streams. You know, I feel a little more relaxed when I'm here, you know? Hello! I'm you! I guess you could just juggle me. I don't know, you could juggle me. That's funny. But yeah, I appreciate you guys stopping by this late. I don't know if it's late for you guys as it is for me, but I kind of like it. I feel relaxed. I feel like, you know, I can work on fun stuff. So, speaking of, yesterday, we figured out that we can now add hand tracking to Lore Dragon models. So, I'm going to go ahead and do that today. Late for me? Yeah. 2:40 a.m.? I figured it was a little weird that you were here, considering your time zone. But I'm still glad you're here nonetheless. I hope I'm not contributing to your insomnia. But, 6:40? Alright, perfect then. Oh, Lippy is like completely upside down in my lap right now. Alright, today we're going to be working on Lore Dragon 4.0. Look at this handsome devil over here. So we're going to be painting him, we're going to be, Ow. Lippy, stop it. We're going to be painting him, we're going to be, posing him.
Yes. Junior's doing alright. He's, still taking a break. Once we get an updated model for Lore Dragon 4.0, we'll work on
Lore Junior 4.0. Of course, it would be like his second iteration, but I honestly, I think what I'm going to do for Junior is just use my old model, but keep
the really big head on, or keep the really big eyes, you know? Just like keep Junior mode on constantly. Make that the default state. But now, we're going to be working here on, my boy. Let's see, I will just be lurking though. Well, that's okay. Well, I appreciate you coming by and I appreciate the lurk. You done? Are you finished? I don't think my head's gonna turn back. I think my head's just stuck this way. There we go! You fixed it! Wait. Let's see.
I'm gonna use a picture of the inspiration from my next paint job. I need to find it though. Oh. Let's see, where did I put it? I thought I saved it somewhere like easy for me to pick up, but I guess not. Oh, here it is. Let's see, save image, PNG, and then we'll just toss it up in here. I missed you. Well, I'm glad that you missed me. But now you're back. Alright, so we're not gonna like copy this exactly. We're just gonna kind of use this style as a inspiration, or as a reference. Because I want to be more of a cartoon dragon. I don't want to like copy these exact colors, but I want to have this kind of style of textures on myself. And this will kind of help me figure out what needs to be drawn and where, and you know, what to draw, what to paint on for the lines and stuff. I'm gonna cause chaos? Well, good. Keep saving up them points and you'll cause a ton of chaos. Alright. Always feels so dark in these scenes. I don't know why. I don't know why it's so washed out. I don't know. Oh well. I mean, because I have lights in this scene, they're just not illuminating anything. Let's see, what's their strength at? Yeah, they 1,000 watts. Let's see, maybe if I just add in the thing. The clip went away. No, it's lost forever. Gone forever. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and bring in my backdrop here. My render backdrop. That'll help. Let's see. Make it a little more visible. Yeah, my lighting setup. There we go. That kind of helped. Let's see. Okay, so what I ended up doing was I set the default position to this seated position here. There's a storm brewing. No! Be careful. Let's see. So we got ourselves here with a seated position. Maybe the solid would be easier to look at. But of course there's a little bit of weird deformations here, so we're going to go ahead and smooth them out a little bit. In a few places. Let's see, that's a little too strong. Like, look at those legs. Look what happened to his thighs. They were lost. Let's see. I was trying to get him into like a really deep ass to grass squatting stance, and this was the result. I was kind of toying around with the idea of using plates like this segmented plates all the way up and down the body like I tried to do that before. That was Lore Dragon 3.0, and it never turned out right. It never looked good. So I think what I'll do is I'll just kind of draw these on, maybe. I don't know. We're gonna experiment a little bit and find out. These are not connected to my body. Not really. It's just like a... There we go. You won't be able to tell the difference on a toon shaded model. Reminds me of the Breath of Fire 3. Yeah, this is from Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. I always thought their wings were like really tiny, like I couldn't imagine them flying with that. Look at those itty bitty wings. Never liked the wings, but I always liked their body shape. I don't think I'm gonna use this body shape though for my model. I kind of like being a quadruped. It's kind of become my brand, I guess. Let's see, I'm gonna make sure these are nice and slender. See. I think I'll make this neck a little less straight. It was entirely straight. Getting a new Fire Emblem. Well, don't worry about getting the new Fire Emblem. Just get, emulate one of the old ones. I gotta say, this one is really good. Like, I am having a great time with Engage, gameplay-wise, but the dialogue and the characters are ridiculous. I can't stand them. Every time they open their goddamn mouths, I just want to, like, chew out my ears. It feels like all the good guys in this game are like Nick Jr. characters. They talk to each other so nicely and so politely that they're just like, well, very young toddler cartoon characters. You know? I'm like, damn, have some personality, have some bite, you know? Sometimes, you know, be at least slightly sarcastic, you know? Not everybody's gotta be Tony Stark, but I mean, goddamn, can we just get some level of sarcasm here? Like, or humor? Nope, no humor, no jokes. Or at all. Well, at least with like the old, or at least not old, but Fire Emblem Three Houses, it felt like, you know, all the characters were very distinct, and some of them were even mean. You know, some of them were like straight up assholes, but they were endearing in some way or another. Everyone here is just like a blank fucking Teletubby character. A rage, you say? Oh no! We are under attack from the Forest of Memories! Battle stations! Everyone! Fight them off! Little elves everywhere! Ah! Die! Ah! Oh wait, they come in peace? Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Hey everybody, welcome in. Today we're working on my next and most powerful form. Me, but seated and anime. Glad to have you. I feel like most of you guys are probably mutuals with me and Zaruk, but if you're, in case you don't know who I am the Lore Dragon. I'm a 3D modeler by day, fantasy writer by night. If you like dragons, fantasy, or 3D modeling, you're in the right place, bucko. Seeing the 3D model of a dragon. It's a 3D model of a dragon modeling another 3D model of a dragon. we're just getting them sculpted and ready for rigging. Or re-rigging, I should say. What song is this? This is Hyperspeed by Jonathan Young. He's the guy that makes metal versions of all the Disney songs, and this is like his original music. Yeah, I will say these legs are not... The topology around my legs is not super great. But it never needed to be before, but now I'm kind of regretting it. But it's too late to fix it. It's too... like, we're in too deep here. Yeah, these are not very good. Like, I wouldn't put these on anyone else's models but my own. I don't think anyone will notice. Well, it's not... I don't know if anyone's going to notice. It's just going to make it harder for me to animate him in the future. Like, whenever I'm getting ready to animate his run cycle or his walk cycle, I'm going to have to probably do corrective shape keys on his hips to make them not, like, fold into each other like this. Let me see. Like, whenever I pose him again. Hang on, let me set this as the rest pose. There we go. Check it. If I go reattach the armature, and I were to like move this leg down, I need to make sure that like his thighs don't completely collapse into his hips, or like his knees don't collapse into his thighs like that. But I made this model like a long time ago, and I've just been kind of reusing it and updating it ever since. This song fits you when you're fighting a boss. Well, don't look at me as a boss. I'm not a boss fight. I know it's easy to mistake me for a boss fight, but I'm not a boss, guys. Oh shit, Flippy! Knocked over my camera. It's a bad boy. This might actually help the whole hip situation. He almost killed me the last time we met. By accident. I didn't mean to. I'm gonna disconnect this. The fire breath on my bare skin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just trolling, dog. With fire. Uh-oh. Should probably fix that. This is one of my favorite songs by Jonathan Young. I'm wearing my heat-proof parts. Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't hurt anybody on my my little freak out earlier. Cancer from the castle in the board. Once this guy is done, I'm gonna probably do a lot more video game streams. Or animation streams. I don't know. One or the other. This is gonna be kind of an animation stream because we're gonna... If we have enough time after he's painted, I'm gonna be animating his fly loop and his... poses. You know this song? Yes! Finally, another fan! I love this song. It's so goofy. I know, the music video is just so good though. Like, every time I watch it, I love it. I love it. It's a work of art. It's the kind of pure YouTube art that could only exist on YouTube. It captures like the the same energy as like an old Newgrounds video. You know what I'm talking about? Like something just so like not cringe, but so campy and funny, but also good. I don't know. I don't know another way to explain it. I showed it to my wife, and she was just like, "This is the goofiest shit I've ever seen, and I regret marrying you." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." But she's just trolling. Let's see. So the reason they originally had this guy weight painted so that he could stand up on his hind legs, but now that I'm not wanting to do that anymore, I can actually just. I think I can just fix that. Actually, just move it out of the way. Got his hamstrings practically digging into his body here. Getting curious about ENA. What's ENA? Anna. I guess I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I need to symmetrize this. There we go. It's surreal? I guess I'll have to take your word for it. An army of tigers. It's like watching a dream. I think I watched a movie that felt like that not too long ago. It was fucking terrifying. What was it called? Skinamarink. That fucked me up. It's not very often that I can say that a scary movie actually like fucked me up or really like tore at my soul, but this one absolutely did. It was terrifying. It felt like I was watching a nightmare. On Newgrounds? Oh man, I didn't even know Newgrounds was still up. I haven't thought about Newgrounds in a very long time. Uh-oh. Damn it, not again. Newgrounds is going strong. Well, I'm actually surprised. I haven't been on Newgrounds since I was like a teenager. It's where I used to get all my Sonic content, you know? Dang, this sucks. I have to... You know, I'm gonna have to like redo a lot of this stuff anyway, so I might as well like just completely like symmetrize the whole thing from the very get-go. It's gonna make this about 10,000 times easier to paint. I'm just gonna delete this whole half of them and mirror it. I already deleted the shade key, so I'm gonna have to redo the face rig anyway, so this won't be a big deal. I'm starting to look like Frieza at the last moments of his life right now. Who cut me perfectly in half? Who did this? Who did it? You did? Oh shit. It's like that meme where the guy sticks a stick in his own bicycle and falls over and he's like, God damn, who did this to me? Don't you just hate it when you trip and you accidentally cut yourself perfectly in half right down the center? Me when I stub my toe. Can't relate? Oh yeah. Guess it's just me then. Never happened to me once? Dang, I guess it's just me then. You can buy on credit. There we go. Don't regret it, yeah. I can't believe this is like stream-free music, dude. I suck at modeling though. Well, that's okay. I'll be good. I'll get good at modeling for both of our sakes. Jeez, I'm just gonna... I think I might just completely redo the weight painting here because it's fucked beyond repair here. I mean, whenever I symmetrized it, which honestly probably wasn't my best idea, I just completely screwed it up. Yeah, I'm just gonna redo the weight paint. It won't be that bad. I needed to kind of redo it anyway. You know, let me see if I have a version of this model that has less polygons on it. So I kind of want to just start over from scratch. Because, I mean, what I've been doing all this time is, like, reusing this same old model. And I feel like I could do a little bit better, especially around the hips. Because if I'm going to be animating this guy to do anything more than, like, I don't know, just standing still like this model is right now, he's going to need to be able to move a little bit better. I'm thinking. And plus, there's also some versions of this model that I think I could. Let me try something. Big thighs. Like, I don't mind if they clip in like this. This looks fine. It's just the So if I like did this with automatic weights, let me just see what this looks like when I do this. Mostly around here on the thighs. Because, like, this is what I was kind of afraid of, is like that's the way that the thighs are designed right now will not deform very well, and I need to get him back in a T pose, or like I guess a dragon's version of a T pose. Uh-oh. I think this one might yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, so I don't have to fully start over, but I might have to do some work here on well, no, I am gonna have to start over. This one's all fucked up too. Oh well. I'll keep the head though. Like I don't need to do the head over again. Oh, just the body. I just gotta do the body over again. Unless, did I save a version of this? I didn't. Well, let me see. Maybe if I have like an autosave. Hey Fury, what's going on, buddy? Now this one's also fucked. Alright, screw it. I'm just gonna do this again. Just did my channel trailer. Fantastic. I need to get me one of those. You're already ahead of me. You're more organized than I am now. I used to have a channel trailer, but it's like drastically out of date. Drastically out of date. Fuck it. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna make myself a new body right now. And then I'm just gonna paste the head onto it. But I think what I'll do to kind of help with the topology is I'll import the model I made yesterday. There he is. And then I'll kind of modify it to be quadruped. Hang on. I think it's this one? Yeah. See, because this one's hips are optimized, they're ready to go. Like if this one, like you'll see whenever this one, I can probably get this guy into like a full-on squat, deep squat if I needed to. Well, not entirely. This guy turned out pretty good, by the way. Nightbot. You know, I've heard about Nightbot. I probably should try to get it integrated. I think that's what I use, or like Stream Elements is like the same, or does a lot of the same stuff. But I just have to log on to Stream Elements and actually make the commands do what I need them to do. Yeah, at this point I don't have a version of this model that doesn't have like the fucked up seated position already. Nope, I don't. Well, I might give Nightbot another shot. Whenever I decide to start taking streaming a little more seriously. For sure. Let's see, I might have a version of this that's... Ah, I do! Yes! Okay, thank God. Okay. Okay. I won't have to completely redo this. Fantastic. I intend to take streaming very seriously. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Honestly, one of us has to. Between the two of us. Okay, so here we go. We have a little bit more, I'm honestly not sure how this would really need to be very different. Any funny commands? I have no idea. Like, everything I have is just like some kind of animation, fireball, lightning bolt kind of thing. Yeah, I think it's, honestly, I kind of fucked this thing up. Because of how, whenever I tried to convert this into a rig that could stand up or get on all fours, it just, it completely fucked up the old dragon. But now we're sitting here with the older rig, which I'm lucky I didn't delete. I think I'm gonna make some changes here, but not a ton. Like, I don't need these anymore. Oh, you can just, yeah, there you go. I guess you can just add them. You do it. You add the commands. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you can do that for me then, huh? Alright, so these will be our neck bones. We can just take these and subdivide them. We're gonna have to do a little bit of weight painting again, but not the entire thing, luckily. I'm thinking 3 in the neck will be plenty. Let me see. And then we'll have another one like right here. Hey, what's going on, Redstone? Over on YouTube. Interesting. Let's see, we'll put this right over here. We'll make this our chest bone. Chest bone. Oh, damn it. We'll make this our spine. Or you know what? This would actually be as good a time as any to test out the Rigify quadruped rig. I've always wanted to see it. Let's see, where is it? Alright, I probably need to turn on Rigify for this. So we can take the add-ons, look up Rigify. Let's see what this looks like. Ooh, horse or cat? Oh, definitely cat. This will be the most similar to our rig. So the thing that about what I'm trying to do here is trying to create an animation rig that will make this a little bit easier to animate for the future projects. I don't need all this though. Just the head and the eyes. Dragons. Wait, hang on, what? What's it do? Oh, yeah, that's cool. Okay, I see it now. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. We don't need this. So we got 3 spine bones here. Yes, Flippy, hello. Yeah, this was the part I wasn't sure about. I was like, how do you do the hips on a quadruped versus doing the hips on a humanoid? From what I can see here, it's basically the same. I don't think I need to actually have a belly, though. Actually, yes, I will. This will basically make it so that you can pose the stomach a little bit. This is the central bone right here where everything is parented to. So this would be effectively our hips. And then our leg. This is where, I think this is what I was really missing right here, was kind of like a shoulder, but for the leg. With a quadruped model, you're going to kind of need that. Yeah, that's definitely what I was missing. Alright. Let's make this fit. Wait. Flippy, get off of my legs, or get off my arms. I don't know why, but the Rigify stuff just, like, doesn't work. Or, like, it doesn't symmetrize very well. You kind of have to do it by hand. I love Rigify, but I'd love it if they also did what I wanted it to. Oh, I guess that's it for the album. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a good, like, copyright-free video game playlist. I guess we're gonna find out if I get copywritten or not. Hey Thorn, how's it going? Today we are working on Lord Dragon 4.0. We're giving him a new coat of paint, new rig. You use OBS? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Damn it, I was really thinking this was gonna move. Oh, that's why it's not, because I don't have symmetry. I don't have symmetry turned on. Derp. There we go. Man, Flippy, you are so desperate for attention. You can separate the music volume from the VODs? Yeah. I don't get copywritten on the VODs. Well, I do whenever I play Ragnarok, but I just haven't done it. Haven't messed with it. Honestly, I don't know if this is if I really need to do this whole thing over. I think it'd be actually faster just to like modify the armature I already have, like I was doing a second ago. The only difference is that that one had that this one didn't was they had different bones, or like extra bones just kind of floating around for the chest right here. And then one right here for the stomach, which I might not even need because I don't really have like a belly, so to say. Oh, I should have kept it for like a second longer. Alright, no. I don't have any copyright strikes right now. Like, I don't have any DMCA takedowns or anything. They mute my VODs, but nobody watches VODs like on Twitch, like, so I don't worry about it. It's just extra work. Alright, the tail is disconnected. But everything else is like a chain from the spine, or from the hips all the way to the top of the spine. Chest is a solid bone. It's probably for the best, so just a solid bone for the chest right here. And just break the spine into like 3 pieces. Here we go. Actually, think I want this one to go away. Here we are. And then for the tail, we can just take that right about there and we'll parent it to our spine right here. We will need to make a couple of bones for the hips, and I think this is gonna be what helps preserve the shape of my hips a little bit. I'll just call this bone hip.L. Probably just call it pelvis too, doesn't really matter. You get a capture card? Yeah, if you're gonna play consoles, that's what you gotta do. Are they connected? These are... Oh wait, no they're not. Yeah, these aren't even connected. They're in the same spot, just off in the same axis as the tail, but not connected. Does this control anything? No. You still don't have the debit card? Damn! That's crazy that it's taking so long. Alright, so what this is going to do is it's going to help preserve the top of our hips here. Have you heard of Wolong? Just recently. I think Teal talked about it not too long ago, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, this is what I needed right here, was a bone for the hips to help retain the shape of my pelvis. Right here. We'll call this the chest. It's a Souls game like Sekiro, but in China. Oh, really? I do love me some Souls games. Wait, when did this come out? Or is it out already, or is it about to come out? God, I loved Sekiro too. Holy shit, was Sekiro fucking awesome. Like peak Souls-like material. It's out on Game Pass. Oh, fucking awesome. You know what? I might just play that. I've been needing something to kind of change the pace because Fire Emblem's great and all, but man, I need to pick up the pace a little bit, you know? Sometimes. That might be just what the doctor ordered. Okay, I also need some of these. You've earned $13? I didn't. I thought you said you hadn't. Oh wait, no. I'm thinking about somebody else. Never mind. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, awesome. From subs, ads, or what'd you get? Mostly subs and gifts. That's fantastic, man. I'm really proud of you. That's the beginning. Oh yes, Flippy, thank you. Oh yeah, thank you, Flippy. Yeah, I wouldn't expect any money from ads. He likes licking my fingers because I think he tastes the lobster I had for dinner. And he's like, ooh. Let me get a taste of that. All right. Yo, best Dirg, what's going on? Second best Dirg. No. All right, let's weight paint this beach. Alright, the head and the eyes should be good to go. Shouldn't have to worry about that. He's a wacky boy. see. So what we're doing now is we're working on Lord Dragon 4.0. We're trying to get him all nice and weight painted so he'll be a little bit easier to rig in the future. And we just fitted him out with a nicer rig that will help make it so that we can move him around a lot more. Because before I kind of designed this rig to just kind of, I don't know, keep him in shape, I guess. But he didn't have to do anything, he didn't have to move, he just had to sit there in a standing position. But now that he's capable of being completely animated head to toe, I need to make sure that the rig actually looks nice, or that that the rig deforms properly and all that. Well, I appreciate the call out, Besterg. Yeah, you guys should all follow and sub to me. If you don't, then you're actually a dragon hater, and we all know it. You're a dragon phobe. You're a dragophobe. I need this to deform really well too. Because if it doesn't, then the hand tracking I do give him is not going to look super hot. What a twist! Fantastic. Hang on, I think... Do I want to keep these? They're going to be a lot of trouble to rig. We gotta make that one of my stream words. Yeah, you should. These are just going to be a lot of trouble to rig, and I don't know if I want to keep them or not. I think I'll just separate them for now, but if I feel like adding them again, I'll just reattach them. I'd love to interview me. Interview me? Me? But I'm just your humble everyday dragon modeler. Sure, I'd be interested. What's the... I guess what would be the topics? Just general questions, or And plus, I'm not like super deep into like into the furry community, so you might the furry would you rather would probably like fall flat on me, because I don't know a heck of a lot when it comes to furry culture. I'll give you one right now. I guess I can try, but just going in blind. Just going in entirely blind. I put furry in my tags just because like it helps with discovery on Twitch, you know? And because that's like one of the biggest markets that I sell to when it comes to modeling. So it's like, of course I'm going to put it in my tags, but I don't really know a hell of a lot about it. Outside of what you guys have told me, taught me. Bit off or ripped off? I guess ripped off. I guess. I guess it depends what's biting them off. Is it going to be something with like sharp teeth? Or is it going to be like a fucking horse? Let's see. I think this is working out pretty good. Oh dang, my phone's dying. No. Ow. That was the Halo theme? I know it sounded familiar, but I couldn't really figure out why. Thought you were the lore dragon. Now I know I'm not the music dragon. The lore dragon. Big difference. And that's the thing about lore dragons is that we're insanely forgetful. That's why we write everything down, because we're so forgetful. We don't have elephant memories, we have like gnat memories. Low storage. Same. Yeah, you'll see me fumbling on my words constantly. Yeah, I'm still not a big fan of how this is deforming here. How do humans park in driveways but drive in parkways? They shouldn't be driving at all. If they were smart, they'd invest in trains, buses. But they ain't smart. Like me. They're not big brain boy like me. Bikes are the best option? Well, not for everybody. It still needs to be accessible. Not everybody can ride a bike. Old people can't ride bikes. Not all children can ride bikes. Disabled people, blind people, deaf... Well, maybe deaf people can ride bikes, but... blind people can't ride bikes. You know, and so on. Unless you're that one superhuman guy that can, like, who discovered echolocation somehow. It's the same way when driving. Well, the thing is about a bus is that you can transport a ton of people along the same roads. Still way less pollution because it's only one bus versus a dozen cars. And like a single bus can hold like upwards of 40 to 60 people, and it can get them exactly where they need to go if they're just driving to work. And sure, there's gonna be some pollution, but I mean, not anymore, like significantly less than 40 or 60 cars driving those same people to work. Less traffic, it can get you all the way across town, whereas a bike can only get you across town in maybe half an hour, depending on where you live. Like if you lived in San Antonio and you tried to ride a bike from one side of town to another, even if it was like a very bike-friendly city, which it's not, it'd still take you 30 minutes to get anywhere. Whereas a bus can get you around town in 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, depending on how far you need to go. There are tandem bikes. God, don't even get me started on tandem bikes. Imagine the Ford system was never invented. Yeah, Ford was a fucking retard. He basically single-handedly destroyed American infrastructure for fucking decades. For like a century, American infrastructure is gonna be fucked forever. Because they decided cars were the way to go. When it should have been, honestly, if you wanted like the perfect solution, buses aren't even it. The perfect solution would have been the subway. We have those, you know, like if you look at New York City, the subway is fucking perfect. It's the perfect peak of human engineering, getting people from one place to another. But I guess they decided we're only gonna do that in New York City and then nowhere fucking else. Nowhere else gets a subway except New York. And maybe like, I think Chicago has a subway, but I don't know, don't quote me on that. He destroyed the Earth? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet, we're not there yet. People say the point of no return. There is no such thing. There is no such thing as a point of no return. Like, there's always until the last human being breathes their last breath, there is no point of no return. I don't care how bad it gets. There is no point of there is no such thing when it comes to climate change. We're not a doomer channel here. Our planet's on the back. No, that's definitely not true. Even if humanity was completely wiped out by climate change, which it might be, sometime eventually. Even if that were true, the planet's not going anywhere. Even if we went through like the harshest ice age, life will persist. It has persisted through worse. Way, way worse than anything you can imagine. The planet will be here long after we're gone. He doesn't have to breathe humanity back into existence. As soon as he is humanity. Until he breathes his last breaths, he is humanity. He is the last days of humanity. And he can do with it as he was, even if he kills himself, doesn't matter. He's still what I would consider to be humanity. Unless you're one of those mystical, overpowered dragons that doesn't need to eat to survive, yeah, dragons are going first. We need to eat too much food in order to survive, and if all life on Earth is starting to crumble and humanity can't even sustain itself, yeah, we're not gonna last much longer than they are, unless we want to go feral again, completely feral. In which case, you know, I'd rather we die. Don't know which ones? Yeah, I mean, we can't know that. We have no way to know. Nature's unpredictable that way, but it will. Nature will persist. Well, you might be able to breathe in outer space, but I fucking can't. I will die. I will die immediately. I also have no capacity to hunt anymore. I'm a completely civilized dragon. So I will definitely die if civilization crumbles. That's it. That's it for me, Bucko. I'm out. I'm dead. I'm done. Curtains for the Lord Dragon. Curtains. If the internet died tomorrow, I mean, I could probably live without the internet. If the internet, like, I'd suck. It'd really suck. I'd have to go get a real job. But I could survive. But if like technology crumbled, if all of civilization crumbled, and like, you know, we had like a nuclear apocalypse of some kind, yeah, it's curtains for the Lord Dragon. Curtains for me. Sounds like you're second best Durg. No, I'm still the best Durg. Just objectively, though. I pull you with me? Alright, but don't expect me to pull my own weight. I'll die. I'll just roll over and die. You're gonna have to feed me like a baby. If it's like a zombie apocalypse, then I'm just gonna you know, try to take out as many as I can. If I feel like I'm about to get overrun, I'll just, like, Roblox myself. But I'm not gonna try my best to, like, survive. Like, if there's no point in return, like, if somehow the United States military, like, crumbles, which is insane to think that the United States military would actually crumble in a zombie apocalypse. Unless, like, it was a flu that's killing, like, an airborne virus or something. Then... yeah, I'm pretty sure that, that's it for me. Don't know how you can be the best. Well, I mean, I don't even have to... I don't have to explain it. It's just objectively true that I am the best. I don't believe in objective morality, but I do believe in objectively being the best dragon. It's just a fact. I won't allow you to go down without a fight. Well, then you better be ready to feed me like a baby. Can you feed me like a baby? I won't. Then it's curtains for the Lord Dragon. I'll cook for you? Alright. Okay, maybe I'll persist. If only for a little while longer. But I don't think that's gonna happen in the near future, guys. Like, serious talk here, like... it's gonna take a lot more than climate change to really bring down the human race. Like, we're at a pretty bad place right about now, but we've got a lot going for us when it comes to technology, and yeah, the human race ain't going anywhere for a while. Society as we know it, I mean, that's different, but you know, societies change throughout history. I think it's unwise to underestimate the power of nature and human stupidity. Well, I mean, if you're saying that like some kind of massive natural disaster is going to be what ends us, that's different. You know, that's something different. And I mean something. It'd have to be something catastrophically massive. Like, God, I don't even know. Like, what natural disaster could decimate the entirety of the human race? I don't know. Nothing short of like, I mean, I guess if you consider like an asteroid hitting the planet, then sure, maybe. Nuclear war? No, not even nuclear war. Nuclear war, even if we set off every single nuclear bomb currently in commission today, it would not destroy humanity. Like I said, life on Earth as we know it would change forever. There would be entire ecosystems gone, entire cities gone, the grid gone for a while, but these are all things that can be rebuilt, and nuclear fallout is not permanent. Like even Chernobyl, the worst nuclear disaster of our time, is inhabitable. Hiroshima has people living in it right now who are not suffering from nuclear poison. So the whole idea of like a nuclear apocalypse is just that. It's just an idea. It's not reality. Ice caps fully melted still wouldn't be enough to end humanity. Like I said, all of these things will cause mass death on a like an unprecedented scale, but these are not things that would end the human race entirely. You know, I mean, even like a Waterworld scenario where that's such a ridiculous movie, but like where the whole world is literally flooded to the point of like, you know, something like that would still, even still, not completely decimate humanity. Because I mean, sure, you can say, yeah, humans are stupid, but I mean, anyone can just say that. At the end of the day, we have survived countless things that you would never have bet on us to survive before. Think of like stuff like the Black Death. Just one of the biggest sources of the biggest sources of mass death per capita in all of human history, next to the Spanish flu and COVID. The heat would get so intense. See, I've heard that argument before, where people are like being super doomer about climate change, and the issue about that is that they don't take into account the fact that like the ice caps are not going to melt overnight. Like it's not going to be something that melts like in an instant. At that point, though, what you're suggesting is that the climate has become so bad, and I mean just so unbelievably hot, that all life on Earth is gone. Which I guess, but that's not a natural disaster. That's just a complete shift in the polar ice caps. Like, I'm late to the party again. Yeah, shame on you. Shame on you for being late to my already super late stream. More people alive today than ever been in history. True. That is true. And we're still not even close to overpopulating the Earth. Isn't that crazy? I can't believe when I was younger, when I was like a really dumbass teenager, I was actually concerned that the world would one day become overpopulated. I can't believe I let myself think that. It's so dumb. Such a dumb, but there are people that believe that today, and I'm just like, I don't know why. I don't know why I was just so utterly concerned, and like actually, it kept me up at night, where I was like, damn, I don't know if I should have kids. I'm just gonna be contributing to the overpopulation of the planet. And I don't even know where I even got that idea from, but it fucked me up, man. For years, I was just always thinking like, man, I don't know if I want to have kids because I'm just gonna overpopulate the Earth and whatever, and ridiculous. No, yeah, we are not overpopulating the Earth at all. Not even close. There are supply chains that can't support certain populations, but that doesn't mean that the planet can't support us. It just means that we have bad management of infrastructure in certain governments. Like you'll see, like in China right now, they're having a really hard time because turns out all their crazy laws on overpopulation worked a little too well, and now there are literally not enough. There are not enough people in this next generation. So they've been demolishing homes by the thousands because there's not enough people to inhabit them. Yeah, we're not gonna have kids anyway, but it's for a total, like, at least now whenever we're making that decision to not have kids, it's like for a good reason, as opposed to like my stupid reason of like, oh, they're overpopulating the planet. Ow. I prefer less humans and more animals. Certain animals, more cats. Isn't that right, Flippy? More kitties. We also reduce other species populations. That is true. Some, by destroying ecosystems, we do cause that. But there's enough land and resources on this planet to sustain way more humans than we have right now, by a large margin. The only thing that we're worried about right now is whether or not our supply chains can sustain it. But with that, we need infrastructure, and infrastructure we need to build, and when we build, like you said, we destroy ecosystems. So it's like, in order for humanity to continue thriving at its current pace, we do have to sacrifice a few species. That's the unfortunate reality of the world, and the only way that we could stop that would be to stop, well, expanding as a race, but that's not, or expanding as a species, but that's just not in the cards. You know, that's not an option. We can't do like the Titans and do like a mass, what do they call it? A mass, I can't remember what they called it in the show, but it was like a stupid mass sterilization plan. We don't have enough. Well, that's the thing, is that we do. What causes starvation is supply chain issues, and of course borders. We can't forget borders and global capitalism. That's another thing that's causing starvation, mass starvation in certain areas of the world, which is not good. That's not good. We have the capacity to feed everyone. We just don't, because, well, in order for capitalism to persist, we need to have global capitalism, which means some poor countries that sustain the rich countries. That's not something we need. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying that's the reality of the world we live in right now. That's why we need war. No, we don't need war. We don't need any of that. This is stuff I'd love to interview you about. Well, I'd love to talk about it. I got a lot of very radical positions on things. Stuff that has caused my family to become embarrassed by me. Sometimes. Some of them, the less based ones. War is not natural. And even if it was true that war was natural, it doesn't matter. We do things that are unnatural all the time. The fact that trans people exist is proof of that, and we don't dispute them. I think we do, yeah. I mean, we're humans. We have full control over our surroundings and nature. So if we want to abolish war, we can, if we have the capacity to do so. It's been here since the beginning. Well, sure, but lots of things have been here since the beginning. But we don't have to accept that as a reality. Just because something's natural doesn't mean anything. It just means that it exists. We don't need it, though. Humans as a race don't have the capacity to stop wars. Well, I'd have to disagree. We're already on the we are already, even despite being, as you guys said before, the most populous we have ever been in history, have not had a major mass death kind of war in decades. I mean, think back. When was the last time you've heard of a war, an actual? I mean, I guess Ukraine right now. We're kind of there right now, but not. It's not such a mass death war right now. This war is being fought by logistics more so than actual boots on the ground, bodies being stacked to the fucking ceilings. You know, mass graves. You know, we don't have those anymore. someone dies in your area here for weeks. Yeah, that's another thing. It makes it seem a lot worse than it actually is. We are in the most peaceful era of human history. Nothing short of like an actual boots on the ground invasion of the United States would cause something that would actually even come close to something like, say, Vietnam. This will not last? Well, that's the thing, is that it just might. Because right now, there is no... Even the most powerful countries in the world with the biggest, baddest fucking militaries right now gain nothing by seizing territory. Right now, the only reason that Russia is even doing this psychotic war is because Putin is a fucking egomaniac and probably has cancer and is on the verge of death. He's trying his absolute hardest to live out his last days trying to recreate the Soviet Union, but it's not going to happen. That's it. It's a complete war on it's completely psychotic war, and that is something that won't last. It's proof that even a superpower can't go to war without collapsing its own economy. The mutual trade agreements that we have make it so that all you need to do to shut down a major invasion of one country to the other is to sanction them to hell. Peace breeds weakness. Oh, no. That's nonsense. Peace breeds weakness. Weakness, creates power. War. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's the same thing that, like, Joe Rogan says, where it's like, good times create weak men create hard times. Whatever. That's nonsense. This is nonsense. There's no proof of this. It's just a thematic idea. It's not reality. People always like to try to point at the Roman Empire as like an example of like good times ending, but we're not anywhere near in the same capacity as the Roman Empire. We have institutions, technology, agriculture that they couldn't even have dreamed of, and we did it all without actual slave labor. What about history? I mean, sure, if you want to like look back and like try to find any one moment in history that matches that pattern, I'm sure that you can, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a pattern or an inevitability. If you wait any amount of time, you will eventually get to the good times. You wait any degree of time, you'll get to a point where you can say, now this is the point when they became weak men. This is the point when hard times hit. This is the point whenever the strong man came, and it's just arbitrary. It's like the movie 23, where like you start to go crazy because you start seeing 23 everywhere. If you start looking through history hard enough, you'll eventually see the pattern that you want to see. But that's not proof of anything. There's no data there for us to look at. I feel bad for the innocent citizens. Oh yes, trust me, I have no animosity towards Russia's citizens. But the aristocracy and the government right now can do everyone in the world a really big favor and Roblox themselves immediately, quickly as possible, ideally. If they could just get on with it, that would be great. I'm not saying don't look back at history. I'm just saying what I'm arguing against is the concept that, the whole, hard times. Like, have you heard that phrase before? Good times create weak men create hard times create strong men create good times. It's like a cycle, like a arbitrary cycle that people fall back to when they're like, oh, we're living in we're living in the good times where that's creating weak men right now. And it seems like every generation likes to say they're living in the time when that creates weak men or whatever. Hang on, I'm gonna get some music here. That playlist just ended. No, Epidemic Sound, why'd you log me out? There we go. Hang on, I'm not reading chat right now. Let me get our music back up. There we go. But it's true. No, it's not. It's just something that people say when they want to sound smart. It's not something that holds any sort of merit in like an actual logistical sense. It's just something people say. I don't know. I honestly don't know why people still say this shit, but they do. It doesn't mean anything though. Strong men carry strong genes. No, please, guys, don't get eugenic on me, please. Eugenics is nonsense in the human species. Please, no. Don't start talking about eugenics. We live in an age of beta and omega males. No, please tell me you're being ironic. No. No. I hope you're being ironic. Do you think humans are able to 100% overcome ancient instincts? 100%? No, nothing's 100%, but we are nothing like the humans 10,000 years ago, or even 1,000 years ago. Humans are so different behaviorally. Our society has evolved to an age of abundance unlike anything seen in history. There's no such thing as beta omega. There's not even beta omega wolves. That's another shit that was made up. Please, I mean, you guys are being ironic, right? You're trolling me right now, right? Please tell me you're trolling me right now. I don't know anymore. Do I want this to be offset like this? Yes. Will wolves have packs? Well, I mean, kind of, but it's just their family unit. It's not like how you guys might think. There's no such thing as like an alpha wolf or a beta wolf. It's just something that this guy made up when he was observing wolves, and then he himself tried to come back and say, "Oh wait, no, these are just family units," but it was too late. The terminology had already caught on, and nobody stopped using it. Do you know Omegaverse? No, I don't know what that is. I'm not really much of a furry. If anyone ever quizzed me on my furriness, they'd be very disappointed in me. And my knowledge of furry memes. It's some gay stuff thing. Okay, then I definitely don't know. Definitely don't know then. Beta wolves and alpha wolves don't exist. Well, there you go. Yeah, see, I'm very glad that we're not at that point. I'm like, I was about to be very, very, very concerned with you guys. It's hard to tell. We joke around so much. I don't know when you guys are being sarcastic or ironic. I should know. Now beta and alpha males like, no, they don't. It's the same thing as just saying like top energy and bottom energy. It's like it's funny to say it as like a joke, but it's not real. It's not anything quantitative. That's definitely a lot. Definitely something outside of my sphere. I may be a dragon furry, but I am painfully straight, unfortunately. Bottom and top energy exists. I mean, It's just personality traits. I mean, you can do like, 'cause we can be ironic and make jokes like, huh, that's some bottom energy you got there, bro. But like, you know, it's, at the end of the day, it's just personality traits. Personality traits exist. I mean, if you're, you know, I'm not going to argue against the concept of personality traits, but I just feel like it's like situational. Like someone might be like super bottom energy today, but then tomorrow they're like, you know, you can make it seem they can appear more top energy. Like, you know, it's situational. So we're in an age where we accept trans as a physical reality. That means we created omegas. Yes. I mean, if you want to like put a name on it. Do you genuinely accept trans people? Absolutely. Like, that's called a switch. Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. I do genuinely accept trans people. I have trans friends. I have trans family members. I'm a gender abolitionist in my opinion. So it's like, you know, I'm actually a little more radical when it comes to gender than most people. Do you think we have the potential technology for a full transition? I mean, we're getting there. Yeah, we're definitely getting there. We already have the technology for womb transplants between women. It's only a matter of time before someone figures out the way to do a full-on womb transplant to from between biological sexes. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. No, I don't believe that that's technically possible just yet. Make them be able to feel pyramid. Yeah, why not? If that's what they want. It was attempted in 1931, like pre-World War II. Well, that sucks. I mean, I imagine lots of people died from surgeries in 1930. They'd have to want it. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what comes with the womb transplant. I don't know if it's like a... I mean, even whenever you're done getting a full womb transplant, trans women, they take estrogen and they don't get cramps in the exact same way, but they do get some aspects of a woman's period because of the estrogen they take. Obviously, they don't have the same cramps. Obviously not. But I don't know. Maybe with a full-on womb transplant, they would get the full package. Or the opposite, though, right? I think it could be done very soon. I know that not... What was it, like... A few years ago, I can't remember if it was like 2020 or so, that somebody attempted a full-on head transplant, like cutting off someone's head and putting it on another body. I can't remember how that turned out. You're testing me. Oh, did I pass? I am a pretty good test taker. Do you think I'd be able to get naturally as strong as a man? Listen, bro, if you take testosterone, I have seen some women, whenever I was a personal trainer, who were strongmen, who competed in strongman competitions. They were very open about the fact that they took steroids. They could outlift me and I was a strong guy. I was a strong motherfucker back in college. And they would outlift me. And they were still women. They were still cis women. You know, they didn't take steroids to become men or to be trans men. They took them to compete, which is allowed in some circles of the strongman community. Naturally, I mean, I don't know. There are some Olympic women who are actually disqualified from practicing because their testosterone levels are too high. But they were cis women. But really, it doesn't matter. There are weak men. There are naturally weak. There are some women who are naturally strong. On a percentage, sure, more men are stronger, but it's not because they're men. It's because of the testosterone. It's because of the, you know. Avatars and putting people. Oh, like like from the movie Avatar. Yeah, you know, honestly, that'd be awesome. Have you ever heard of the 1980 gender androgen test? No, I haven't. What do you think about trans people winning women's competitions and setting records by huge margins? I don't care. I don't care. The thing is like, I'm a gender abolitionist. Sports are unfair across the board. Whether it doesn't matter if you're male, if we separated them by biological sex or gender, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the only thing that I think that is actually fair when it comes to sports is weight classes. So if you were to like say put a woman in a or like, you know, we did have that. We had separate stage in high school. We had powerlifting for women, powerlifting for men. The weight differences in the weight classes between the top competitors in the women's league and the men's league within the same weight classes were not that far off. Like some of the best powerlifters in my state who were women were lifting close to the same amount of weight total as the men. In fact, the one who holds the highest squat record in the state of Texas for women's high school powerlifting when I was in high school was a woman. Right now, really, I don't think it really matters. Sure, you know, you can say, you know, sure, it sucks, but you know what would actually make that better? You know what would actually make this 100 times better? Is if we allowed teenagers or younger women to get on puberty blockers earlier. One thing that would make it so that trans women could, you know, compete in sports while also, you know, being on the same level or, you know, when it comes to testosterone levels as their peers, is to allow them to go through the puberty that they want to go through. But we don't. I mean, right now it's being, you know, ridiculously attacked. To where it's like people think that puberty blockers are like killing children or whatever, turning them or immediately making their dicks fall off, and that's just not true. Hey TJ Rage Quits, how's it going? I don't think we should be pushing the trans women. I mean, no one's pushing anything. No one's pushing anything. If kids are trans, then they're trans, and if not, then they're not. You know, if you're not trans, then whatever, you know, whatever, it's fine. But if a kid is not so sure about their gender, just put them on puberty blockers, which are reversible, and then they go through tons and tons of therapy. It's not exactly easy to transition, especially not in the United States. How do kids know? Not by themselves. Ultimately, there is a psychiatric basis on whenever a kid goes through gender dysphoria, or if they might not be going through gender dysphoria, but they and their parents won't know that until they take the kid to get therapy. A licensed professional will go through months, if not years, of talking to them through therapy sessions to see if they're actually suffering through gender dysphoria. Maybe he'll prescribe puberty blockers, maybe he won't, or they won't. It could be a man or a woman, whatever. And then, only after years of deliberation can they maybe start making the steps towards a full-on transition. But it doesn't just happen all at once. And anyone who's claiming that it is happening all at once, that like kids are, you know, being immediately given bottom surgery or some shit, that's just not happening. And if it is happening, I'll condemn it. I don't think kids should get bottom surgery immediately, which nobody, that's an obvious take. Like, no one is making that claim that kids should get bottom surgery, like, immediately. No sane person. Best wishes. Thank you, TJ. I appreciate that. Lore revealed. Yeah, I told you I was radical. I warned you. I warned you I was radical. But I'm a gender abolitionist. I'm actually even further left than that. I was born with female androgens, but male... So that would mean that you're bimodal? Or not bimodal, what's the word? I can't remember the term. But I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the term off the top of my head. Again, bad memory. Intersex? Yeah, that's the word. I would not state my take. Well, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I'm not opposed to having discussions about it, as long as nothing becomes straight up hateful. I've talked with a lot of people about this subject. I don't ever cut anybody off unless they're just straight up anti-intellectual. Which means that, you know, they're just completely unwilling to listen to science, or they're conspiratorial. You know, that's the only time where I just straight up just say, all right, whatever, and then just, you know, drop the subject, because there's no point in talking to them. You can just... people who are anti-intellectual, you just kind of you can just dangle keys in front of their face and just, you know, call it a day. But like, I remember back in 2020 or 2021, God, I can't tell you how many times I got into arguments with people over vaccines, you know, like, and how like it was obviously the correct move to take the vaccine, and just like countless people were just like, well, what if it's got a microchip? And I'm like, I can't believe I'm having this argument in 2021. So if I have the opposite opinion, does it become hateful? No. I guess it depends on what that means. Like, if your opinion is I don't think trans people should exist, then yes, obviously. But if it's like I don't think that, or if it's like, hey, I don't think that we should give puberty blockers to kids because I think that a better solution to gender dysphoria is this, then no, that's not hateful. I've never been on hormones. Well, no trans woman is ever arguing that they are a biological woman. And if they are, then they are sadly mistaken. But that's why they're called trans women and not cis women. They are women, but different. It's an identity. People are not actually trans at all, but wishful thinking. Well, that's for them to decide. That's the thing, is like, you can say, like, hey, I don't think that you're a woman. I honestly don't know if I would really consider that a hate crime. So much as I would just consider that just, I guess, spiteful for no reason. But, you know, you don't have to say, hey, if they say, hey, I'm a cis woman when they're not, then that's just, you know, that's incorrect. But when they say, hey, I'm a trans woman, you can be like, okay, then I'll call you by whatever pronouns you insist on. whatever. Just it's not a big deal. It's just kind of like a nice thing to say. But if you're like questioning whether an individual person is like actually trans, or if they're just suffering, or they're suffering through some kind of gender dysphoria, but you're like, I don't know, they don't seem like they are. Well, then I guess you can think that, but I don't know. I guess it's for them to decide whether or not they believe that they are whatever identity they want to identify as. Could you transfer that same logic to things like species, age, race, etc.? Well, all of these things are social constructs. These are things that are arbitrary, that can be changed at any point as needed. So a lot of these words, a lot of these things these categories that we make up to organize speech, all of it is arbitrary. It's all what we use just to kind of simplify communication. But they're all social constructs at the end of the day. So if you want to say, it's the whole helicopter meme, the whole I identify as an attack helicopter thing. It's like you can, sure, if you want to say that, you can, but whatever. I'll call you Mr. Helicopter all you want, but I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. Whereas a trans woman will never, ever, ever get tired of you calling her by her preferred pronouns. Because they legitimately identify with the gender that they're trying to embody. Identify as a dragon? Yeah. Sex and species is different? Yeah, that is true. They are different. These are different things. Would you respect that? I would respect that as far as I believe that you are being sincere. If I have no reason to believe that you're being sincere about your pronouns, then like you don't actually want me to say that, you're just trying to prove a point, or if it's like trying to be like facetious, then I'll say it with a grain of salt, or maybe I won't. I say people's pronouns out of respect for them, but like if Ben Shapiro came to me and said, hey, I identify as a donut, I'll be like, okay, dude, and I won't call him a donut. Because I know that he's obvious, like just by the context of who he is and what he represents, he's obviously lying. It's the same, I've had this conversation 1,000 times since Gamergate about like the whole attack helicopter thing. You look like a woman, feel like a woman. Yeah, even Andrew Tate. This is kind of funny. You guys, I imagine if you guys haven't been living under a rock, you know who Andrew Tate is, right? The biggest scumbag on the face of the planet, or one of many of the biggest scumbags on the face of the planet. Biggest fucking idiot I've ever met. Or I never met him, but you know what I mean. He even made this point where he was like, imagine for a second, bro. Like let me do my best Andrew Tate impersonation. All right, bro. I'm gonna lay some truth on you, bro. Now think about it. You got a one. You got two women, or you got two people. One. You got a one. Looks like a one. Well, she's got a pussy, and you got a 10. A perfect 10. Perfect titties. Perfect ass. But they got a dick. Which one are you taking? Which one? The 10 or the 1? I know all you in chat, you're typing the 1, but I don't believe you. You see, man, it's all about priorities. You gotta be thinking on my level. I'm serious, I'm not making this up. He said he would prefer the 10, the trans woman without bottom surgery who was a 10 versus a 1 who looked like Hulk Hogan with a pussy. That's what he said. And I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it on tape of him saying it with his full chest in the middle of a parking lot. I loved it. If you look like a woman, feel like a woman, sound like a woman, you're a woman. Love it. So if everyone defines whatever about themselves, it makes everything just more complicated. I'm sure, but not everybody's a trans person. You know, we're not trying to completely undermine language as we see it fit. You know, it's just, I'm not. I say we. I'm not trans. I'm a cis man, but whatever. I don't know about that Andrew person. Probably for the best. Probably for the best. Your brain is probably a lot more healthy without knowing who Andrew Tate is. Said he hasn't been with a trans person. I mean, sure. I don't think he's been with any person, but that's just me. If you seriously identified as a cat, like if you actually, like if you wanted me to call you by the pronouns it's, or whatever, I mean, sure, whatever. I'd call you that because you're my friend and I think you're cool, and I would call you whatever you wanted me to call you because you're, you know, that's what you wanted. Like his brother. I don't know anything about his brother. Either way, they're both in prison right now, and I'm not shedding any tears for either of them. He probably has, though. I mean, sure. I don't care. I don't care. About treating me? Oh. Well. I don't know what that means. Like, what would you want me, what would you expect of me as a person to do for you? Like, actually treat you like a cat? Would you want me to have to do that too? No, but nobody is talking about using the law to enforce pronouns. We don't even have laws that enforce people from saying the N-word, and I would argue that's probably worse than misgendering somebody. Do we get the best of both worlds? We absolutely do. James Peterson? Do you mean Jordan Peterson? Because I feel like that matches the pattern that of the people that you're listing there. I don't hate anyone or anything. Well, that's where we differ. There's lots of people I would honestly like watch die in the street if given the opportunity. And I have a totally utilitarian reason to justify watching them die in the street if given the opportunity. Because I know that the world would actually be a better, more peaceful place without them. Oh, it takes me absolutely no energy to hate someone. In fact, I thrive on it. I become more powerful with my hate. See, that we're talking about alpha and beta males. That's what makes me the ultimate alpha male, is that I get more powerful from my hate. You know what? I was wrong. There are no alpha. I was wrong when I said there are no alpha males. There are alpha males, but I'm the only one. I am the only one. And that's because I get more powerful from my hate. My strength is unequal. I am a top-notch professional hater. There's only one creature in the entire world that even comes close to the same level of hate, and it was that one elephant that like trampled that lady in India and then went to her funeral and then trampled her 2 weeks later. And trampled her corpse 2 weeks later. That's the only other being in the face of the planet that matches my level of hate. And I only look upon him with respect. Well, thank you for living in your head rent-free. Yeah, I'll remember them long after they're dead, too. I'm sure they're getting a lot out of me thinking about how they will one day die. I get powerful from rage. Then it makes you the Hulk, I guess. I'm too strong to be evil. Well, I'm too strong to be good. I used to be one of those people that really thought that, you know, anybody could, that nobody was beyond redemption, that anybody, you know, could be forgiven. But then I stopped believing in God, or then I got out of fucking Christianity. And I was like, you know what? Fuck these bitches. Fuck them. Watch them die. Like Donald Trump. I'd watch that motherfucker die in a pit. Like if I saw him get hit by a car on the road, like on a hit and run, I'd just sit there, pull up a chair and watch him die. Like I would, 100%. Him. Who else? Vladimir Putin. Yeah, I'd watch him die in the street. Who else? Trying to think of my list, my rent-free list. Dark? Yeah, man. Trust me. You don't understand. The Lord Dragon's he's got himself a bit of some rage in his heart. He's got rage and anger. Yeah, I'm not a very cuddly person. Like, a lot of the furry community seems to be really cuddly. I am not. Not even a little bit. Except for, like, very few people. And the thing is that I build all of my philosophies off of my axioms that I want as many people to be as happy and healthy and prosperous as possible. And sometimes that means that certain people who are making that impossible for a lot of people or making the world actively worse, I only wish them harm because them disappearing from the world actually makes the world better for a lot more people. Do you know the manifesto of Matthew Harris? No. You're at acquaintance level? Alright. Okay. Probably for the best. I don't make the best friend. There we go. I think I finally got this looking pretty good. I kind of think I should connect those. Let me see. No. No. Draw the rage of my peers and make people slowly better. Interesting. Yeah, I never. You don't want to come to me with any sort of mental problems. I'll just point. Like. I wish I could have like a meme where it's like the guy from the bus driver from The Simpsons who's like, "Don't make me point at the sign. Don't make me tap the sign." Like I would have that, but it would say "Go to therapy." Like it would just like I'd have a little sign where I was like, "Don't make me tap the sign," and then I have to pull out the sign and tap it. But hey, but you know what? I'm gonna have hand tracking here soon, so I'll just like press a button and a sign will pop up and it'll say "Go to therapy," and I'll just point at it. That's what I'll do. You know, no joke. I might actually do that. There's sometimes when I feel like I have to. Like some people will come into my chat and like unload their entire fucking life story on me. When it like completely unprompted. Like I'm never like, "Hey, how's it going?" And then they start, you know, telling me something bad that happened. But they'll like say, whenever I would like, "How's it going?" And like, "When I was 9, my father killed my mother and then like destroyed all my Yu-Gi-Oh, or ripped all my Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something." I don't know. And I'll be like, "Yikes." To make it less chunky. Well, I'm not making it less chunky. I'm trying to make it deform better, because like whenever I stretch the tail out, it should be straight like this. In fact, you know, it'd probably be better if I just made it like this and used gravity. But see how it's all like crooked and shit? It needs to be straight. Which honestly, I probably should just, yeah. You mean like trauma dumping? Yeah, kind of. Yes. I don't mind it. Like, if people do it, sure. But when sometimes it can get to be a bit much where like, I'm not saying like, "Oh, my stream was ruined because of you." I'm just saying that like if left unchecked, it could get to a point where it becomes frequent, where like every other stream that same person will come by. I don't have anyone right now who's like a regular trauma dumper, thank goodness. You guys are all pretty good about, you know, if you're having a bad day, you know, you could talk about it. I don't care. I mean, but it's just like if someone comes in and they're like every day they're like, you know, just another day, another, you know, blah, blah, blah. And they start talking about how like wretched their entire life is, and then I'm like, I don't know what am I supposed to do. Like, I'm a little bit iffy on how I want to do this. Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I think that it's fine right there. There we go. See, the tail's still chonky. It's just evenly chonky now. I don't think it's ever gonna get like completely straight though, so I'm just gonna leave that alone. I still have my old Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I actually picked them up not too long ago from my house. They're not worth anything because they're ancient, but they're ancient and ripped and like mostly commons, but it's nice to hold on to them. Lets me remember things. Send pics. Where are they? Here, I'll if you're in the Discord, I'll add them in the Discord after the stream. I don't want to get up right now. I stream from my couch, and I have like a desk, like one of those lap desks on me with my phone set up, and it's like kind of a pain to get up and get unsettled. All right, now that this guy is nice and rigged, let's see if we can paint him a little bit before we end stream today. Don't need this anymore. I can appraise them. Oh, don't worry. These are heavily damaged. These are heavily damaged. These are not. This is not like my collection is like this. These are the ones I did not keep in sleeves. You know, these are just like my bin of commons. I traded and sold all of my rares, super rares, ultra rares, and all that. What a first edition damage would cost? Well, I'd be willing to. I don't know if I can like take pictures of all of them. It's a pretty big box, but I can look through it and see if I have any first editions in there. I don't think that I do, but I can double check. All right. New model looking spiffy. Thank you. He is looking pretty good, isn't he? Why are his wings black? That's not looking good. I can't remember which one of these had my textured on it. That's a hell of a pull. I can't remember what I sold all my cards for, or how much I made off them, but it wasn't like 3K. I did not have a particularly robust collection because I didn't really buy a lot of packs. Like when I started taking Yu-Gi-Oh seriously, I didn't buy packs. I would just directly buy the card. You're a vanilla fire dragon? Why do you have fins? I don't know. I don't know. What do you mean by vanilla? What does vanilla mean? I play, but you won't win. I mean, with what deck? I don't have a deck anymore. Well, I guess I have Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, but it's not finished. I tried to get as far as I could in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel without spending any money, and I got a pretty good spellbooks deck, but it just I didn't have enough points to finish the last few cards that are like really staple to it. So I couldn't get very deep into platinum. And I don't want to spend any money, and I don't want to grind, and so I just kind of let it go. And just let it go. I don't think I'm really going to ever go back. Ugh. Master Duel? It's the online Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. It's free to play, and you can do certain things to get as many free cards as you can, and you can make a pretty damn good deck without having to spend any money. But after that, you're gonna have to grind or spend money for digital cards. There are other free Yu-Gi-Oh! Simulators. I remember I used to play one before Master Duel, but I can't remember what it was called. I think it got taken offline. I used to play that in college. The only thing about Master Duel is that it doesn't use the TCG rules, it uses the OCG rules. So the ban list is a little bit different. Like you can have 3 Max Cs in your deck, whereas you can only have 1 in TCG, and that... Even you shouldn't run 3 Max C, but people do. People do. They see that and like, hey, now I can run 3 Max Cs. And like, and I'm like, whatever. What you really gotta watch out for is those fucking Ash Blossoms. But I really don't, because spellbooks don't do a lot of monster effects. Yeah, I don't do I don't. Yeah, I understand. Like modern Yu-Gi-Oh is completely fallen apart. It's completely lost control of the game. The speed is ridiculous at the pro levels, and it's just. It's not fun anymore. I don't feel like I'm. It feels like less of a battle and more of a quick draw from like the Wild West. You know, like whoever draws the fastest is gonna win, and it's like cool, I guess. It's gone way too fast. Like, I don't have a problem with fast games. Like, even Magic the Gathering, if played at pro level, can be really, really fast. But it's just not for me. I want something that's, you know, has a little bit of nuance. It's whoever goes first. I guess it depends. Like nowadays, you can build a deck that's specifically for going second, or you can build a deck that's specifically for going first. But whenever you're at that point where the only way you can win by going second is to build a deck designed to go second, the game's already busted. At that point, there's no going back. The game is fucked forever. The last time I played professionally was whenever spellbooks were brand new. Like they were a brand new archetype, and I was tearing ass with a spellbook deck, completely ripping people to pieces. But then they banned Spellbook of Prophecy, which rightly so. That card was busted beyond all belief. The fact that I wasn't running into a spellbook deck and at every turn at regionals was baffling to me. I couldn't believe it, but I guess people were like, it's too broken, we shouldn't use it. It's going to be banned before the next, it's going to be on the next ban list guaranteed, so we're not going to use it. I'm like, you fucking idiots, you fucking stupid simpletons, use it while you can, you fucking morons. And of course, I ripped them to pieces, and they're like, you only won because you used Spellbook of Prophecy. And I'm like, yeah? And like, don't bring a fucking knife to a gunfight. If you're gonna come into this fucking tournament with, you know, a sub-tier deck, then lick my balls. You know, I'm sorry, I won. Like, that was like 10 years. Oh yeah, that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. But that was the last time I played professionally. That was 2014. Yeah. Damn, that was a fucking long time ago. Jesus Christ. I'm old. That feels like it was yesterday. Oh God, I'm so old. No. That feels like it was yesterday. No. 10 years after. Okay, well that makes me feel less ancient, I guess. Nessie doesn't let me forget that I'm fucking ancient. Like, okay, I'm not that old. I'm turning 30, but like, you know, I'm 5 years older than she is. And she's always like, oh my God, you're so old, because she's like the oldest among Gen Z, and I'm like among the youngest of, you know, she's like on the cusp, but I guess you'd call her a cusper. So she's like, oh my God, you're such a millennial. And like, shut the fuck up. You're like a year, you're like 1 year away from being a millennial. I'm older than you. Yeah, I know. You. Change of Heart. I remember Change of Heart. I don't know why it's still banned. I mean, it's really like there at the time I could kind of see why it was banned, but like that was forever ago. Is it even still banned? It's at 3. Oh, all right, there we go. I thought so. Because I remember seeing it all the time in Master Duel, but I thought maybe that's just an OCG thing and not a TCG thing. But yeah, I guess it's at 3. There you go. How about it? change of heart to your heart's content. Man, they just won't let Blue Eyes or Red Eyes or Dark Magician die. Like, they are gonna keep putting out cards for those until the sun explodes. I'm trying to find a very specific texture here. There we go. Goddamn. Yeah, they're not going anywhere. Without them, the game has no identity, you know? Yo, Dio, what's going on, buddy? Did Tomcat ever get a hold of you? I know she was supposed to add you on Discord earlier today. Caught a stream? Yeah, I'm streaming pretty late. But I dig it. Anyone play Magic? Unfortunately, I don't. I picked Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I had no taste. I'm just kidding. Yu-Gi-Oh's fine. Like, it's fine. Not everybody... If you don't play it at a competitive level, it's actually really fucking fun to play with your friends. And really, that's more important. You know, being able to... If a game can't be played with your friends, then it's dog shit. But the vast majority of people that play are not playing professionally. They're not playing meta. They're not playing... you know, they're playing whatever deck seems the coolest. Like, for instance, I'm probably never going to stop playing spellbooks, even though they've long since fallen out of meta, apparently for 10 years. But, I just think they're fun. And that's why I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still I will still recommend it to people, but I will not recommend it to people who want to take it seriously at all. It's busted at the professional level. It's like in Gacha. Yeah, exactly. Like, eventually you have to accept the fact that you have to kind of be able to separate competitive games from their casual play. Well, you just kind of have to, like, find people who are kind of like-minded when it comes to how to play the game. It's the same thing with, like, a D&D group, you know? Like, you can't... Sometimes the people that you play D&D with don't mix with you personally because maybe they want to just dungeon dive, they don't give a shit about roleplay, or vice versa. It's the same thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! You might find people who know how to play casual but only want to play professional or competitive. Or you might find the opposite. So you just have to find people who want to play fun decks for fun. I'd have to move abroad? Maybe. Yeah. I keep forgetting that you don't live in the States where there are just an abundance of people, which is both good and cringe at the same time. Alright, let's see if we can fucking paint this guy. We were supposed to start this stream by painting this guy, and we just went on like 17 billion different tangents, and then I ended up having to re-rig him. But I think we're finally at a point where I can paint him. I'm planning on staying up late tonight. Nessie's probably going to call me any minute now and be like, hey, you coming to bed? I'm going to be like, no. You're cheating on me, aren't you? Yes, with my chat. I knew it. I knew something was going on between you and chat. I'm sorry, Nessie. But love has grown weak. But my love for chat will never die. They're new. They're young. They're... No, it's fine. She sometimes has to call me though, because like I'll stay out here in the cave for way too long, just working on stuff, and she'll have to call me like, "Hey, are you coming to bed?" I'm like, "Yeah, I should." I'm trying to append something here. Do I have my lighting set up? There we go. I think maybe he's so dark because his skin texture is so dark. Maybe that's why. I might brighten up his skin a little bit. Whoops. You're living in Texas? Yeah. Is it warm all year round? Depends where you are. Texas is so big that it has a very large variety of climates, and I've lived in most of them. I've been all over the state. Where I am right now, I'd say it's cold during the winter. Like, it's pretty temperate, so it's cold during the winter, warm during the summer. But it never gets, like, into the negative, or it never gets into, like, really, really cold weather. I don't know what it is in Celsius, but whatever the negatives are in Celsius. I know that 0 is freezing temperature, so maybe like negative 20 Celsius? I don't know. Fuck. Dallas or Houston? I know I lived in San Antonio for a while, but I won't tell you guys where I live right now, because y'all will murder me. But I just know I live in Texas. But I used to live in San Antonio for a while. So if you're in a garage, well, my garage has a heater. It all decked out as my own personal man cave. I lived in San Antonio. I've lived in Lubbock. I've lived in Levelland. I've lived in where else? I've lived all over the place. I lived in Amarillo once. That place was cold. Mostly because of the wind. Where else have I lived? I wanted to live in Austin, but then I remembered I have no money. I can't live in Austin. Just look for a mountain range near San Antonio large enough. Yeah, I tried and I couldn't find it. It turns out no one in the area even knew what a mountain was. I'm in Oklahoma, Dirg. Ew. Well, at least they allow casinos in your state. No, it's not cold in here. I have a pretty good space heater, and it's small enough that like it keeps the whole place fairly warm. Don't nuke the stream, no! I'm sick of mountains. We're thinking about buying a cabin up in the mountains. Over by the Rocky Mountains. It's like a family cabin. Not like a timeshare, but within the family. Alright, I gotta make a plan here. I think what I want to do is I want to just draw these on. Not more mountains. Don't worry, it's not gonna be that high in the mountains. One of the greatest places in the world, honestly, where I wish I could live all year round is Angelfire. That place is fucking wonderful. It's beautiful. I mean, sure, it's cold during the winter times, but you know, whatever. It's mountain. It's got a beautiful lake, beautiful pastures, beautiful forests, and casinos. That's the best part. The casinos and the racetracks. Angelfire, you've been there with your kid? Really? In the States? I love it, honestly. I've been there a few times, and I gotta tell you, one of the best places on Earth. Dad married an American. Oh! So, your step siblings are gonna be bleeding red, white, and blue. Yeehaw! I'm a cowboy dog. Lippy's a cowboy cat. Yeehaw! What? What? Let's see, I kind of want to change the shape of these, but I also don't. Cowboy, yeah. Damn it. I've been to several different states. I'm actually going to Florida for the first time in May. That's gonna be fun. My first time in Disneyland. Nessie is a Disney adult if I've ever met one. She is obsessed with Disneyland, or just Disney stuff in general. She's got a whole itinerary planned out for us. Make a good avatar. I know. Imagine somebody wanting a cowboy avatar. It couldn't be me. Never been to the American Disneyland? Really? Well, I guess it's not too crazy. I mean, it's expensive. It's expensive. Oh my god, is it expensive? We're gonna go broke. Just kidding. We're actually not having to pay for a lot of it. My stepdad-in-law is paying for the majority of it, luckily. Making a hat is droppable. I could, honestly. I should make like a giant... You know what? I'll do it. I'll make a giant hat and I'll just have like a little sign on it that says 10-gallon hat and it falls and it covers my entire head. I could make that happen with Vignon. Pretty easy. That would be fun. Honestly, I would love to put a cowboy hat on your Model Dio, for real. Like, I wouldn't even charge extra for the cowboy hat. It would just work. Let's see, I've never really liked my hands, and I think it's past time that I gave them a bit of an upgrade. Or give them some attention. I probably spent the least amount of time on my hands. But since I'm actually going to be using them, I probably should. I just never thought that hand tracking was ever going to be in the card, so I didn't really give them any attention at all. But here we are. Well, what I'm doing is I'm sculpting it right now. Oh, the dark red? This is just how Blender, whenever you go into sculpt mode... Let me show you. Whenever you go into sculpt mode, it changes the colors so that it kind of tries to separate parts of the body so that it's a little bit easier for you to see what you're doing. It's just a viewport thing, you can turn it off, but the color isn't changing. Like it'll try, like, yeah, so it'll do the same for the head and the arms or the wings and so on. If it can. Yeah, it's just doing it arbitrarily, so. Because this is not a very typical model, it's struggling. Like if I wanted to, I could like paint them, like texture paint them to Or vertex paint them, but there's no point. Alright. I can tell that I made these hands a long time ago because I don't make my hands like this anymore. The topology on these is just not that good in comparison to like Teal and Kalen's hands. Those will deform a lot better than these. They're respectable, but or Teal's hands. No, I'm just gonna give you like hooves for hands. No, not an After Effects project. No. I have index controllers. Wasted money. Wasted it. Just kidding. I have index too, and honestly, I have mixed feelings about it. I love being able to control my fingers, but it's just like the way I'm not used to holding controllers in a way that, you know, like constantly has my fingers down. So like I always look like I'm pointing with my models because I don't always hold like I don't rest my finger on the button. So it's always like I'm always pointing everywhere. And a 49. Whoa, damn! Don't gotta be flexing on us like that. Dang! Everybody's got a better graphics card than me. I'm gonna like chill out on the muscles here. I don't think I need muscles this ridiculous. Alright. Let's start painting some. Let's see, we'll go to texture paint. An RTX 3090. Yeah, everybody's got better graphics cards than me. I should be the one with an amazing graphics card. I mean, I'm gonna need it to animate here pretty soon. Let's see, are they just using black? I think I might start with the hands. Just some lines going across the tops will probably be sufficient for them. Probably all bought more recently. Yeah, true, but I can't upgrade. I just can't like justify a big purchase like that right now. Maybe I will one of these days. Like if I start doing animations like regularly and then they start to get so advanced that they're starting to get to a point where I can't render a 15-second clip in less than an hour or something like that, then I'll be like, okay, all right, it's time to upgrade. But right now I'm just not running into any problems. All of my renders take maybe a minute or two. Yeah, 1 to 2 years. Yeah, it'll be a 5090 and it'll be as big as our towers are right now. And you'll have to buy an even bigger tower that can fit that in as a graphics card. Oh, you tried to buy a card like during the shortage? Yeesh. Yikes. Alright, here we go. Wasted 400, yikes. That would bite me. That would hurt. That would hurt. Let's see. By the way, Dio, I don't know if I saw your answer in this chat or not, but did Tomcat get a hold of you? She's gonna be working on your design pretty soon. I told her to add you on Discord earlier today. No, for Dio Besterg. They're coming up pretty soon on their commission. Let's see, did it go that way? Yeah. Just kind of up and around. Oh man, I don't know if this is gonna work because I don't really think this guy is really. Yeah, I didn't think so. See, this is not UV unwrapped very well. I think I gave it a really quick UV unwrap because again, I didn't really think my hands were gonna. I never would need to paint my hands myself. That's all right. I can do this fairly quickly. Oh, Tommy, fantastic. Never use True Black. I'm not using True Black. It's a very dark red. Alright. Yeah, so she'll probably be working on your reference picture so that I'll have something to model from. Sometimes whenever whenever clients don't have reference photos, that she draws them up for me. If I don't have the time. Alright, Bester, go have a... Hope you sleep well, buddy. Good luck with your conference. I'm getting sleepy, too. I think once we get this guy unwrapped, I might call it a night. We've still got a lot to do. I'm probably gonna have to, like, really, like, dig into this mesh and get it unwrapped really nicely. Because since I'm not relying on smart materials this time, I am gonna have to like strategically handle all of these different seams if I'm gonna actually paint the whole thing by hand. Yeah, Dio, she's gonna draw you up something that's just in a T-pose. That way I don't have to like come up with a design and then draw it in a T-pose and then model it. So while I'm still working on the one that's like right before you, she will get that started. And by the time we're ready for you, we'll have a full reference ready to go. Did you make the hands by splitting the leg? No. I make hands from cubes and then I attach them to the arms. Or at least that's what I used to do. I have a different method for making hands now. Does more seams do anything for performance? It doesn't affect performance, no. You can have as like honestly, I can make all of these seams if I wanted to. It wouldn't affect the performance. The only thing that it affects is like that, you know, where you draw your textures. This is how it determines how to separate all of the body parts or all of the stuff. Like for instance, this right here is this is a wing or a wing arm right here, and it can tell to unfold it in this way because I have a seam marked along lengthwise and around the fingers right here. So that's where it stops, and then it flattens it all out. Night, Red Mage. Is that a T-pose with a cowboy hat? Yes, he'll have a T-pose with his outfit on. Yeah, so that's what seams are for, because you can't draw, or you have to be able. It has to be able to determine whenever I draw like a stroke on a flat surface, which is our PNG right here. How does it translate or wrap around your 3D object? And as you can see, whenever I was trying to do this, whenever I would draw on it, it would come out looking all pixelated and weird. And it's because this couldn't really flatten out very well. But now that I'm marking seams around the fingers, it should unwrap a little bit better. Yeah, like whenever you have something that looks like a sphere, you unwrap it like a sphere, which is like this, right down the center, and then make sure it's cut off from the top. This is more like a cube, and whenever you unwrap something like a cube, you can just cut it. Or actually, this is actually more like a sphere. Yeah, most of the time you can unwrap, and that's not a sphere, a cylinder, more like a cylinder, shaped like a cylinder. Maybe you want to paint textures? By all means, get really good at it, because I don't want to. Like this is just a long, really weird shaped cylinder. You can just the seam right down here, cut it off from the rest of its parts, and now it'll unwrap flat. Like if you just take a cylinder and cut it right down one side, it's like a piece of paper being unrolled. So there's many things as you can, try to turn them into cylinders. Or if you want to just separate things by color. Like for instance, I wanted to separate this right here from here, and now it makes a perfect seam or a perfect transition of color between the two. Like pixel perfect almost. You can't do that with every separation of color, but you can do it with most major colors. But see, I couldn't do that here. As it gets a little bit closer up to the top, I kind of had to paint that in and then blur it in, because the topology here isn't shaped like the how the colors are separated. And that's just one of those things where you don't want to like model around your colors. That's not a good idea. It's not productive, and you're just gonna ruin your model by doing that. So, but you can, wherever you can separate major colors with seams, as long as the topology is already there. Like for the stomach, you can just do that here. Yeah, if you're painting all of your textures by hand, then you can really put seams just about anywhere. It's just whenever you start using like pre-made textures, like if I was to like use a scale texture, the only thing about seams, you don't want to have too many, because wherever the seams begin and end, the textures, there will be like a noticeable gap there. So the scale, you'll see that the scales right here will be facing a different direction than the scales right here. Yeah, there's no way to unwrap a model without there being some visible seams. That's just not possible. You can minimize it by that's why I put my seams here, like under the arm where it's a little less visible. But there's no way for me to unwrap this without there being some seams. Now there are certain like in Substance Painter, you can You can do like what's called a triplanar projection, which will minimize where the seams break, or you can do things, very specific tricks to cover it up. But at the end of the day, they will always be there, you know? It's just about hiding it better. I didn't even try to hide it here. And some smart materials don't even care about seams, just the way that they work in Substance Painter. They hide the seams on their own without you even having to think about it. Yeah, but since this guy's gonna be toon shaded and toon colored, I don't have to worry about his seams being perfect. I just need them to be as flat as possible. I'm just going to be drawing lines mostly. Drawing lines, painting colors here and there. I might actually model in some spikes along his elbows and stuff, just to make him look a little more edgy. I'm an edgy boy after all. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to pin these vertices down right here, because I don't want these to move. Oh wait, that was the wrong thing. Whoops. There we go. I'm about to unwrap the hands again. Just check out how to make textures. There's a lot that goes into it. I don't personally know how to make textures per se. Or like to make smart materials or anything like that. I know how to like obviously texture paint. I know how to use smart materials where they're necessary. God, you know what? I'm just gonna repaint this. I didn't really do anything crazy here. I just did some fill-ins. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it again. Another thing that's like very important is how it's unwrapped too, and how the UVs are packed. Like for instance, if you know that something is going to have more details, more small details than others, you're going to want that to be bigger on this sheet than other stuff. So like for instance, I probably would want the face to be bigger on here than anything else, because that's going to have the most details on it. Otherwise, like if I made the face like UV map, which is right here, really, really small, then if I were to draw on it, it would look pixelated versus no matter how small the pen was, it would look pixelated on here. Versus if I were to try to draw on the wing here, in which case it would be bigger. Or it would look nicer and more smooth. Uh-oh. Blender is about to crash on me. I can already tell. Oh, nope, we got lucky. Sometimes whenever I texture paint like this, it goes Joker mode on me. So what's stopping me from using a full square per limb or so? Oh, like a full texture? Well, that would affect your performance, because let's say for a second that this whole thing was just on my one arm right here. And let's say this was like a 4K image. A single 4K image is not 4 10K images. I mean, you probably know this. You know this, right? It's like a 4K image is actually like 4,000 by 4,000, so that would be like 16 times a single 10K image. You know, because you got, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. So if you were to put a 4K image on every limb, that'd be, you know, 4, 8, 12. For one, you won't need that much. That's so many pixels that for a single limb that the benefit you would get from it outweighs or does not outweigh the performance that you're or the let me see, I have a way to explain it. It's not worth the damage, I guess, it's going to do to your GPU or how much resources it's going to take to render it. Because no matter what, no matter how far you zoom in, even on an 8K model, you will start to see pixels, no matter what. Even on a 8K model that you'll see on a PS5, you will see pixels. That's a fact. The only way that you won't see pixels is if you separate it perfectly through seams. So like I showed you before, damn it, whenever I had the separation of colors right here with the seams, that's the only way that you can make perfect lines. I just always feel like, yeah, it's 4K, but it's yeah, it's only a PNG. It's literally when I say 4K texture. If they said 4K textures, sure, there could be multiple 4K textures. Like for instance, your model has multiple 4K textures. Like the cloak shares a 4K texture with I think it was the pants. I think it was just the pants. But yeah, they share a 4K texture with those. And then there's another one for your mid layer. The body has a 2K texture because a 4K texture would have been pointless. So a lot of times when something will have multiple textures. Wait, why did this paint on? That should not have painted on those. That's a different material. What the fuck? Oh. Well, that sucks. There we go. Whatever. See, these should not have been painted on. Oh, it's because they are one same object. Never mind. Whatever. There. Fixed it. PC Race Master Race is dying. What are you talking about? It's not dying. We still got stuff. Kinda. Yeah, I'm sorry, it is. It's true. That's why I got a PS5 in the first place. I knew it was gonna come to this. Like, I mean, I gotta say, I have my PC is definitely like more powerful, or the way that I use it is more powerful than like a PS4. But, and in theory, according to my friend who made this PC for me, it's more powerful than a PS5. But it doesn't feel like it, you know? Whenever I play a PS5, it runs so smooth, runs so perfect, no problems. Like if I play Cyberpunk on my PS5, it runs perfect, beautiful, love it. Great, fucking top quality everything. But then if I try to do the same thing with the same settings on my PC, it wants to commit seppuku in front of me. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I gotta say I do sympathize with the normies though, because it is very simple. You plug the thing in, and it's ready to game at top capacity. And most people, the vast majority of people who don't live on the internet, are perfectly fine with whatever a PlayStation 5 has to offer. And gaming companies know that. Yeah, it's easy to forget whenever you live online that the vast majority of like the civilized world are normies, and they are happy being normies, and they spend money very, very well as normies, and that's the harsh reality we have to live with. And that all things will eventually default to being built for them. I say them, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is all of us. Smart devices are the worst. Yeah, seriously. I fucking hate it. Like, my TV is wonderful, I love it, but I fucking hate the fact that every time I sit on my controller slightly wrong, it turns on some bullshit app that I didn't ask for. I hate it. I just want my TV to be a TV, you know? There we go. Yeah. I don't mind casuals in my space though, because like, who else am I gonna epically own, you know? In every video game ever. No, I'm never playing an MMO again. Ever. They ruined me, personally. Yeah, I won't disagree there. Like, that's another reason I don't play them anymore, is because what am I gonna play? Fucking Final Fantasy 15? Like, so far that's the only one that's even remotely appealing to me right now. Everything else looks like poo-poo. Like, even World of Warcraft, which I used to be so addicted to, I broke up with my first girlfriend over it. And I still won't play it. I think, well, you know something else I was really big into that I still think holds up to even today, not just because nostalgia talk in here, but for real, is RuneScape. I don't think there's ever been an MMO that has captured the same feeling I got of adventure whenever I was playing RuneScape. Nothing even comes close. Every time I play an MMO, it feels like I'm playing a goddamn mobile game that was designed like Candy Crush. That's what it feels like I'm playing when I'm playing most modern MMOs. It feels like I'm playing fucking Candy Crush, you know, mindlessly going about like mundane tasks. And for what? Like quests that don't matter? You know, quests that just give you more numbers. Like, there was nothing rewarding about MMO quests anymore. Nothing. Fucking nothing. But with RuneScape, if you completed a quest, you goddamn earned it, because you probably had to look up how to complete that quest. You know, you couldn't just like follow the markers on your map to victory. You had to like fucking think. You had to ask people. You had to fucking talk to people. You had to go on a quest. I've never played it. Well, no, yeah, you know, that's okay. It was made by the people who made Minecraft. MMOs don't need story quests. I'd like to hear a justification for that. That's an interesting take, not to say the least, but I'd like to hear your reasoning behind that. That is a very interesting take. Alright, I'm listening. Let's see what you got. Oh, I'm quickly starting to realize that I did not have a big enough dinner. Oops. Ooh, there we go. Okay, hang on. I guess it depends whether or not the MMO is supposed to be like a cooperative experience or if it's supposed to be a competitive experience. I honestly don't know if I can really think of a single MMO that really, but thing is, that being said, I don't think that I can think of one that's really feels like a truly cooperative experience, because I don't know. Every MMO I've ever played, even whenever you're doing like dungeons and stuff or raids, it always felt like you care so much more about the challenge than you do about like completing the dungeon. You know, you just want to do it for the gear so that you could do it again for an even harder dungeon. Like, I don't know. But to call it, I mean, if you're trying to argue that, like, you know, like RPGs should have, like, if you're trying to go for like the I guess like the purest definition of what an RPG is supposed to be, like, you know, a role-playing game, then yeah, I think that they should change their names to just like maybe not MMORPG so much as like MMO, I don't know, just massive online multiplayer game. Like, I don't think role-playing really works anymore as a descriptor for games like this, unless you're actually able to make choices that affect the game, like Bannerlord or stuff like that. But it's hard to make a game that, you know, is has like a cooperative experience where multiple people can shape the world in a meaningful way. The Pitfall of Ironsborough. Yeah, and the thing is they're never going to stop making those games, because at the end of the day, they're addictive and they know it. They're just one step away from making a game that's straight up predatory. They're literally just one step, one greedy choice away from making the game predatory. They don't have an incentive to make games that are truly cooperative, much less one that's cooperative and a true role-playing game. I hate it, honestly. That's another reason I just avoid MMOs like the plague these days. That does sound good. See, like, that feels better. Like, your reward isn't more gear, your reward is more story. Or like you said, more areas. Which I think that's pretty good, actually. I considered going back for Dragonflight. I considered it, you know, but, you know, I knew that I was gonna run into the same pitfall, you know, like that you did, you know, the whole, or I guess not a pitfall, but, you know, the whole, it's just a grind. Under all this, you know, imagery, it is just a grind. And honestly, if you guys have ever, I don't know, you guys probably haven't seen me play video games yet, because I haven't streamed video games in fucking months, but I hate grinding. I refuse to grind now. If I'm playing a Souls-like game, forget about it. I'm not grinding anything. Not gonna do it. I'll keep bashing my head against that boss until I win. No matter if I'm under-leveled, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep, but you can't do that in an MMO. You have to grind, damn it. Other than VR, yeah. VR is different though. VR is like half of that is for work. I have to test my models and I have to kind of be somewhat familiar with the tech in order to stay relevant. But other than that, yes, I have not streamed a video game in a while. But like the second that I get this model done, I do want to do. I do want to stream more video games, mainly Souls-like games, because those are like. Those games I'm never ever gonna get tired of. I love grinding. Well, everyone's got their tastes. Some people like running. Some people just like running for fun. I'm like, nope, not me. Elden Ring coming out with an expansion? Hell yeah, man. I knew it was, but like, I didn't think it was going to come out this fast. Like, Dark Souls likes to take its time when it came to expansions, and Sekiro never got one. So I was wondering if they were really if we were gonna get an expansion. I'm glad we did though. Yeah, that gacha shit is very problematic. I hate that shit. And I count my lucky stars that I don't ever. I'm not like incentivized to play games like that, but I know people that are. Not only gacha, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that it's rampant. It's rampant in gacha games. Let's see. Let me see how well that paints on. This is usually how you can tell. You can just do like a quick test and like just draw on it and see how well it spreads. Oh yeah, don't even get me started on season passes. Make me sick. What the heck? There. That's better. Game's supposed to make people happy, I know. Seems like it's just about making as much money as possible, which, you know, that's why the indie game market is so great, but also bad. It's a double-edged sword. Like, sure, we are fully open to whatever people are creative enough to squeeze together, but at the same time, it's like you have to dig through all the, you know, all the dog shit to find the gem, you know? I only got one thing to say to that, Dio. Get good, scrub! No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, I get it. I was lost too. I kind of, after a certain point, it kind of became hard for me to determine which boss I was supposed to like fight based on my level. It wasn't always clear. Flippy, stop. I'm sick. Yeah, I don't care. I hate pixel games. I don't care how stylized it is. I don't care. If it's a pixel game, I'm probably gonna fucking hate it unless it runs like really smooth. Like Dead Cells is probably one of my favorite games ever, despite being a pixel game, because goddamn does it run smooth. Like that's a game I used to stream all the time, and I was good at that game. I got so good at that game, and I loved it. But every other pixel game I've ever played is dog shit. Like, oh god, I can't remember how many people were like, oh bro, you gotta play Undertale, you gotta play Undertale, it's so good, oh my god, it's so good. I'm like, no, it's not. It's dog shit. It's so boring, and it's like, it's made on a fucking graphing calculator. Yeah, I got ridiculously lost in Elden Ring, but I had a good time with it. I don't think I never really felt like I was supposed I never felt like I was lost in a uninteresting place. Every time I got lost, I'd end up in another really cool, interesting place, and eventually fought a boss somewhere that was really fun. Yeah, I want my games to run smooth. Like, if you're gonna do the pixel thing because you don't have a fucking budget, or all you know how to make is pixel art, then you better be damn certain that those pixels are animated real smooth and they're not like 1991 Super Mario Brothers style. It's not kooky anymore, it's not creative anymore, it's not breaking the mold, it's just using 1990s technology to make a video game. Yeah, you'll get lost forever, Teal. Just pitch a tent and just live in the pastures, the first pasture that you run into. Is getting good level 702. No, you have to beat games on New Game Plus at Soul level 1 or Rune level 1 with no weapons. Just your bare fists. That's when you're good. Until then, I'm just gonna keep saying get good. Have I done that? No, I'm not good. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna keep saying get good to everybody who hasn't done it yet either. Am I a hypocrite? Yes. Get good. We both have to get good. Have to do the no hit through all the Soul games. You have to also complete the game without walking. Only a noob goes through just no hit mode. You actually pressed forward on the control pad, you fucking noob. Have you ever played a Souls game ever? Like, again, have I done it? No. But I know what I am. I'm not good yet. Flippy! Oh my god, he's having a panic attack. Initialize mods fly everywhere. Okay, now you're starting to get it. Now you're picking up what I'm putting down. My favorite saying is literally "get good, scrub." Like I love when a new Souls-like game comes out. I'm like sitting at my computer, rubbing my hands together, just waiting for someone to complain about how hard the game is, so I can just get in their comments and be like, "Get good, scrub," and just feel good about myself. Not even joking. It's so fun because they always get mad. They get so mad. They just get so mad. They're like, "Oh my god, not everybody can get good. Not everybody takes this game seriously." I'm like, you mad? Are 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 you mad? Get good, 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 get good. Hey, why did my viewer count just drop? No. Love it so much. I'm not even that good at the game. I'm like casual at best. But that doesn't stop me from saying it. I may be a dragon, but I'm also a professional troll. Scumbag dragon. Alright, I think now, if I paint on these, they'll look nice. Like poking people who are already salty and rage. I know, I like doing it too. Like there's, out of all of our cats, there's only one cat that gets really mad whenever you try to pet her. And I try to pet her the most because I know she's gonna get mad. Nessie gets mad because that's like her favorite cat, that's like her baby. And like she's like, stop messing with Bean, and I'm just like, hee hee. Hee hee. There we go. Yes. Oh no, it's not working. Okay, I thought that if I stacked them all on top of each other, they would all paint really nicely, but that theory did not pan out very well. Yeah, this is... I'm probably gonna have to just paint them individually. I don't want to, but I will. So the reason this is happening, and it's like happening on all of the fingers, is because I took all the UVs, all of the seams right here, and I stacked them on top of each other, like this. So whenever I draw a line on it like that, it draws on all the fingers at the same time. I'm gonna try drawing on the UV on this though and see what happens. See, when I draw a line on here, it comes out right there. I think the only way that this would work is if all of the UVs on the fingers were the exact same. And were just perfectly stacked on top of each other. How long will you hold on investing on a new tablet? Probably forever. Now that I can do this, like if I wanted to, I could do this on my tablet, on my iPad, and it would probably look about 10,000 times better. But before I can even do that, I still have to make sure that it's UV unwrapped really well, because even if you're the best texture painter in the fucking world, if you're painting on a model that's not unwrapped properly or is unwrapped in a really shitty way, with like seams in all random places, it won't matter. You can't paint a model well, even if you're the best painter in the world, if the UVs are bad. So I have to make sure that they're working here before I can even take it to my tablet. That counts as some form of tablet. Well, I didn't have to invest in it because I didn't even buy it. It's not even mine. It's Nessie's actually, but I use it and I take it away from her and I use it because I'm the man of the house and I do as I please. Just kidding. I ask her very nicely if I can use the tablet. Ow. That was God's wrath coming down on top of me. He was not pleased. So you actually a hen-picked husband? Well, I do cook all the meals and do all the cleaning. I'm the daddy mommy. Whenever we have kids, I'm gonna be the daddy mommy. Taking them to school, picking them up, cleaning the house, cooking lunch. That's gonna be me. That's right. I'm the house husband. She's the hard-working career woman. Teaching under breathe fire? Yeah, exactly. Alright, I'm pretty sure that these are all unwrapped pretty well. But I'm probably just gonna have to paint these fingers by hand. By hand? Yeah, I know. Well, all I'm doing is I'm like testing Then whenever I paint on it right now, I'm just testing the UVs because I'm going to take these to my tablet eventually. Because I can at least test it here, even if I can't paint it. Because nothing is worse than like taking something to my tablet and be like, yeah, I'm ready to paint this thing, and then I pull it up, I pull up the OBJ file on my tablet, and it just doesn't work. Or like I'll paint on it, and like I'll paint a line somewhere, and then it ends up being like a giant black mark somewhere on my face or something, and I'm like, oh shit, the UVs are fucked. So what do you want to paint? Everything. I'm going to basically take a blank red dragon like this, and I'm going to make it look something like this in this style. So on the face, I'm going to paint, I'm going to paint lines like this. Some discoloration like that. The horns are going to be like mine, you know, like magma horns with emission. So I'm not going to do this, but you get the idea. Lines on the face, lines on the body. I'm not gonna have pecs because I don't understand why I would. But I'd have something, I'd paint these lines on there. And I'd probably add shading to like the bottoms of them so that they look like they're coming off the body and not just lines. Minimalistic, yeah. I just like the way this looks. I just like it. I'm probably gonna model in. I'm thinking about modeling in something like this for the legs. Something like that. Because that wouldn't be really hard to rig. But I won't do it for the tail because the tail has a lot of moving parts and a lot of moving bones. Whereas this right here has one bone going from here to here. The tail will have like a few dozen bones going across it like that, so modeling this would be not super good. This looks like flat colors. Well, I mean, it is. It is flat colors, with just slight discoloration here and there. Very minimalistic, but I like it. I didn't want to do like realistic scales again. Because I mean, it looks good. Like my hyper realistic model in Substance Painter, I like it. It looks great. I can make it look just as good in VC Face, but I don't know. I think one of my main complaints with trying to be like hyper realistic is that no matter how good you are, the second that you take it into a VTubing software, it immediately, like immediately hits the uncanny valley, like bam, immediately. Whereas like if I did something that's cartoony, it's really hard to be uncanny. Like right now I'm like edging on uncanny. There's plenty to color. I mean, sure. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of things to color, but I'm just saying like realistic shading more so than just the colors. But yeah, you're right. But that's really all I want. I've always been trying to like, ever since I saw these dragons in Fire Emblem Path of Radiance when I was a kid, I've always kind of gravitated back towards this. Every time I've ever made a dragon character or drawn a dragon, it always seems to eventually come back to this. Or to Grigori from Dragon's Dogma. One of those two. Let's see. So we got that. I think the only other things that I think everything else is pretty good, but there's another way that you could test it. First off, we want to pack everything so that whenever what that does is it packs the UVs as tightly together as you can, so it takes up the most space as possible. I think I want anything that you want to, you know, be in a very specific place or in a very specific size, you need to make it grow on its own. So like I'm just gonna take this and grow it. Let's see, and then I'm gonna take, where's the other face? Take the other one too and grow it. Because this is where we're gonna want the most detail, right here. And then we'll pack it again. There we go. And for something as simplistic as this, shouldn't need any problems. And we're gonna have some color. Like I'm still keeping these. Still keeping my magma horns. As opposed to like just this. And I have a lot of magma horns. Alright. And the next step before we take this to the tablet would be to take care of any of the colors that are gonna be separated by seams, and then go ahead and just color those in. So that when I export this to my tablet, I can just take this image with the base colors already in there and then work around those. I'm actually not sure if I want to do this, but I kind of want to see what he looks like if I were to take the bottom jaw and make it the same color as my underbelly, like this one. But then again, the way that this one is structured is like the jaw isn't connected like here. It's like a, I don't know how to explain it. It's almost like a helmet. It's not just a head, it's a helmet. So I don't know. I might not work very well with this with the way that my head is designed. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I would have to like model it, like change the design right here entirely, which I don't want to do. Oh wait, before we do that, this is where I would have to also decide if I'm going to do this. I am going to have to go ahead and model that in right now. So I think we're just going to go ahead and do that. All right. What you do on the hind thigh? No, I'm going to do it on the hind thigh, and then I'm probably going to add something like this to the elbows, and then put some of that plating here on the shoulders as well. So like do it here and here, maybe here as well. But that'd be about it. Or maybe on the shoulders, I might just draw it in to where it's like implied that it's there, but it's not modeled in because it doesn't have to come off the body. And the only reason I say that is because unlike the rest of this, the hands are going to be capable of doing hand tracking. So if I do put it here, it's going to be a lot harder for me to rig so that it looks natural. Otherwise, it could deform really weird. Down here, it's not going to matter because this is just one solid bone, you know, one giant femur going up and down. So I think before I do this though, I'm gonna go ahead and like smooth out this thigh so that it's not like a muscle. A little bit easier to work with. We'll look into the lava. It'll probably look like the lava thing. Have like my magma bones. I don't even have a story behind that. I just thought it looked cool. I may be the lore dragon, but I have surprisingly very little lore. Personal lore. Maybe that's the irony of my character, is that I create worlds, I write lore, I write books, but I myself am just a plain dragon. Nothing special, just a fucking nothing special, regular ass dragon in my world. That'd be funny. At least I can like pretend that that's clever. That sounds fantastic. Yeah, the only time it's necessary to model something like this in is if it comes off of the body like this, about this far. If this was like this close to the body, like if it just came off about that far, then I would probably just paint it in and use a normal map to make it appear like it's coming off the body, but I don't want to mess with normal maps. Normal maps are a pain in the ass. I'm honestly not that good at making them. I should get good. Scrub. This is where you guys get to get me back for saying get good, Scrub. You can be like, get good. At art, though. The lava thing can work without being its own item. No, it does have to be its own material, but it doesn't have to be its own object. Because you could take an object and assign multiple materials to that same object. And it's like if I wanted to apply the magma to just this section, I can go to the materials, add another material, horn material, and then assign right there if I wanted to. This kind of stuff is dependent entirely on material. Kind of. The only thing is that for every material, you have a different texture. So if you have a model that has 10 materials and they are all 4K materials, it's going to draw as much computing power as if you had 10 4K textures running on that model. Even if that one 4K texture is only on like a single square, it's still going to draw as much computing power because it's telling the computer, hey, we got 10 4K textures on this baby. Get ready to shit your pants, GPU. Yeah, we're running a PS5 game. Wait, it looks like it's just a VTuber model. It's not, we swear. It's actually an entire PS5 game. Like, you know what I mean. Portal Mage Saga. Yes, Portal Mage Saga. That's my story right there. Third book coming out later this year. But yeah, that's why like you don't want to have like a ton of materials unless you're like very conscious of that and like you know, make a couple of them lower res. Like if you know that something is going to be a solid color, like if you just want a material that's just like metal, like if you're trying to separate them, like on Dawn, for example, on his model, I'm just going to save this real quick and show you guys what I mean. Let's see. Already purchased one. Fantastic. I really appreciate that. So for like Dawn's model here, if I know that I'm only going to use this gold material for just like buckles, I will make the texture like not even 1K. It'd be like 512 by 512 because it's only going to be a solid color. It doesn't have to have details. Like this metallic stuff is just procedurally generated. I don't need to worry about anything else here. There we go. Oh yeah, finished his facial hair, by the way. Decided to go with modeled. Why not make it 1 pixel? Well, it's got to have some girth to it. And it's got to be a factor of 2. So it has to be like, example, you got 1024 and then 248 and 4096 and so on. That's why I go down to 512, and you can even go as low as 206. I've never tried doing a single pixel before. I honestly don't know why you can't if it's a single color. Maybe because a single pixel won't stretch that far, but I don't know. I guess I'd have to try it. I have absolutely no idea what'll happen. In fact, let's see what happens right now. We'll do a little hypothetical experiment. We'll do a little hypothetical experiment, see what happens. We have ourselves a, let's see. Actually, I think I baked these in. Okay, let's pretend for a second that our metal material here doesn't have all of this cool stuff on it to make it look nice. And we just want it to be like the color gold, but not have all the metallic stuff that makes it look really good. Let's see what happens. We just want it to be a single image, whoop, not that. We just want it to be a single image texture that is 1 pixel wide. I'm gonna make a new one. We're gonna call this one Tiny Texture. We're gonna make it 1 by 1. Yeah, there we go. 1 pixel by 1 pixel, and we're gonna make it. Let's see what. The color goldish. Dawn? Yeah, it's spelled Dawn, D-O-N. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Oh, would you look at that? Still works. So I guess that's, if you're making a single color with nothing on it, it'll work. But the second that you put any detail on it, I mean like anything other than the single color, it just couldn't happen. Now, let's see what happens if we try to make it metallic. Like if I wanted this to have like a metallic texture or a metallic shader, which means we're gonna have to put a shader on it. Let's see. And honestly don't know what would happen if we actually try to render this in a game engine like Unity or something. I honestly couldn't even say. let's see what happens. I want this to be metallic. Huh. Well, there you go. Actually, I do know why this worked. Because you don't always need an image texture. Sometimes your textures just come from nodes. It's not always the... Because it's... okay, I understand now. I understand now why this worked. Not every texture comes with a image attached to it. What do I mean by that? Well, as you can see here, this right now doesn't have any images attached to it. It's just a straight up base color. Or a principled shader, right here. There's no 1K, 2K, or any image attached to it. It's just a color. A color node. The cheap stuff can be made really cheap. Yeah, apparently. As long as you don't have to draw any kind of details on it. If it's a solid color, it looks like you were able to... It's not... You won't have to worry about resolution holding you down. I think at that point, you would actually get more computation power coming from the number of materials you have versus the resolution of those materials. Because right now, this is probably what you would consider a hyper low res material, strictly because right now it doesn't even have all it has running for it is a single color. But at the same time, it is running all of this other stuff in the shader to make it look metallic. Like, even though we didn't paint this on, it's using procedural materials to make this happen. So I guess if you are literally making something that is a single flat color, you know, like we did earlier, 1 pixel by 1 pixel, and it's just yellow, and that's all you need, you could probably do just as well by putting 1 pixel, like if I wanted to, here's a perfect example, his eyelashes, right here. If I wanted to, okay, I'm not gonna do that, but if I did like his hand, let's get Dawn canceled for blackface, but if I were to take his hand, in the UV, and let's just pretend like this was 1 pixel, this is like a, you know, this is where I have his eyebrows, but if I say like this was like 1 pixel, I could take his hand here and shrink it like way down in the UV till it's like 1 pixel big. Like way down, and then throw it right here. Now the whole thing is brown, like his eyebrow. It is taking that 1 pixel and stretching it across that whole area. So I guess it works in that same way. Tell you the truth, I'm kind of learning all of this alongside you guys, because like, sure, I know enough to get by, but I don't know a lot about like some of this deeper theory stuff. Like, why, like you ask a question like, why can't you use like a 1 pixel texture? I'm like, well, I honestly don't know. I just know that I haven't done it yet. I haven't had to do it yet. But, you know, I guess that's what happens whenever you're self-taught versus getting a true education on this kind of stuff. Maybe if I would have went to college for 3D art, they would have told me, this is why you can't, there is no such thing as that nobody uses a 1 pixel texture. And I'm like, oh, it makes sense, makes perfect sense. Yes, theory, yes. But I don't know. I guess this is a long about way of me saying I don't know. 1001 pixel texture. Well, try it, see what happens, and if it looks really fucking awesome and it doesn't turn your computer into mush, then you can come tell us all that it worked and I'll learn something new. I'm not gonna try it because that sounds like a lot of trouble. But I would love to see what would happen. It would be a fun experiment, to say the least. Maybe you should make a YouTube video out of it, because it'd be kind of fun. I do know that it fucks around with... I know for sure, though, that having a certain number of materials does weigh on performance, because in VR chat, if you're playing on a quest, you have to, or a quest or a meta quest, even a meta quest 2, you can't have your models be too intense. Like there's limits to what a meta quest can handle, and one of the limits they put on the models isn't just the poly count or the texture resolution, but also the number of materials that your model can even have at all. So I don't know. I mean, maybe if it does make a big difference, I don't know what it is. I don't know what's more taxing on the system, whether it's I don't know if it's resolution or if it's the number of materials or specific. I do know this much, that the shader, like what particular shader you are using, has a higher weight. Like for instance, if you're using VRM's M-Tune shader, that's significantly less resource intensive than say the Poyomi Tune shader. So I try to use Poyomi as little as possible, but sometimes you can't avoid it because it does so much more stuff. Like if I want blinking emissions, I gotta use Poyomi. But if I want just need it to look Tune and that's it, I'll use M-Tune. Well, considering that in PC VR you can have upwards of 16 materials for VR chat, but you can only have one in for the Quest. Whereas the resolution difference is you can only have one 1K material for VR chat versus I guess upwards of 16 4K textures if you wanted to. I don't know. I don't know what carries more weight between the materials versus the resolution. I have no idea. There's probably someone out there that knows more than I do and could tell you, but I don't know. Tech isn't good enough. Oh, it's good enough. It's just that VR chat, is a free-to-play game. We're not in Ready Player One yet. I don't think we ever are gonna be. But see, it's not gonna. Okay. You gotta make a video game. That's what you gotta do. You gotta make, or you don't have to make a video game. You just need to make your own VTubing app, kind of like how Fofamet does. That way you can make your model look exactly how you want it to look. Perfect lighting, perfect everything set up exactly how you need it. Of course, that's gonna require a ton of skills, a ton of new skills, including coding. Make your own MMO? Well, at least it'd be profitable. There we go. Now that is a leg. I always wanted to make a video game too. I'd love to do it someday. If I could ever get a team together, I would. But it's not exactly easy, I have to get a whole bunch of people together that are willing to follow a singular vision and be willing to compromise on things. Trying to put lore in Dragon's Dogma 2. Yes, please let me design the dragon for Dragon's Dogma 2. I will make it badass and beautiful. And budget's not just privilege. Yeah, no. I swear to God, if we get to Dragon's Dogma 2 and the weapon merchant doesn't say, have your pick and you like, I will riot. I'll throw it away. It'll be garbage. Fucking trash. Have your pick and you like. And then you... What'll it be today? Have your pick and you like. Masterworks all, you can't go wrong. Masterworks all, you can't go wrong. That's what I want. Yeah, get good. That's my thing. That's what I say. All right, I'm gonna copy this over to the other leg by deleting the other leg, because I forgot that this model doesn't have a mirror modifier on, so that means I have to do this. I gotta get wacky. There we go. You ever play rage games like Getting Over It or Jump King? Not on stream. Not on stream. But I have, yeah. I beat Getting Over It, and that felt fun. Like, that actually felt like an accomplishment. But I haven't played another rage game since then. I could tell you. Well, there was a game that I played on stream. It was last year. I was playing it right around the time that Elden Ring came out because I wanted to like troll people into thinking that I had Elden Ring early. Like I got lucky and got like an early release Elden Ring, and I told everybody I knew, I was like, yeah, I got it, here it is, and it was Alt F4. Have you guys ever heard of that? It's a stupid rage game where you play as like a little knight that throws chickens around, and all you're doing is like jumping around just random assets. It's basically like kind of like Getting Over. You're trying to jump around and get to the exit of every level, and it's really easy to get fucking killed. And I was like, whoa, dude, Elden Ring sucks. And it was just Alt F4. I don't think anyone believed me because like I was making it very obvious that I was trolling. You know, like I tried to be as clear as possible that I was joking. I hope that it went, I think it landed pretty well, but I guess I'll only know by the people who've unfollowed me that day. If any did. Like Chimera Land? I guess so. Alright, there we go. That's an edgy looking leg right there. Bet you, if you felt that leg, it'd chop your hand right off. Don't touch my thighs. Cut your hands off. Alright, do I want to do this to my arms? I don't know. I don't think so. Damn, it's 1 o'clock. Fuck, I gotta go to bed, guys. I need to go the fuck to bed and get some food. I wish y'all could see Flippy right now. He's just completely contorted all over my body. He looks like he just melted all over my lap. He can't possibly be comfortable like this. But he'll lay like this forever. Alright, everybody, I think I'm gonna call it good right here. We didn't get a ton done, but at least we got a pretty decent rig going on, so now he'll be ready to animate really soon. I need to kind of mess with his arms a little bit more, but I think that for the most part we have a pretty nice rig going. The wings are as good as ever, and the feet work. I think we finally got a good like leg rig going on. And then we also are setting up the UVs to be texture painted. Yeah, not a ton. Alright everybody, you guys have a wonderful night. I will see y'all maybe again tomorrow for another late stream after I'm done with my work for the day, and we'll hang out and maybe I'll have some more of this guy painted by then. Or maybe I'll do a stream from my tablet and do like a screen share from there so y'all can see me paint him or something. Alright, we'll see y'all next time. Peace.